All right, we'll get rolling this morning. We're really excited to welcome our keynote speaker today, who is only added to his accolades by becoming one of the latest advisory board members for ASO. But we're really excited to welcome Terry Fulp. He's the former director for the Lower Colorado River Basin for the Bureau of Reclamation. As such, has a long and successful career, really getting into the weeds of how to make water operations work in one of our most important watersheds in the Western U.S. And the world, really. He brings a wealth of experience to guide us on our advisory board, and excited for him to kick off our program today. Today is largely Colorado and Colorado River Basin and interior Western U.S. states topics. Contrast to yesterday's California program. So pretty excited to dig into some more. Terry, welcome. Thanks for being here.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Mike. Right. I think we're ready to go. You can hear me fine? Yeah, it sounds like it. Very good. Well, Jeff, thanks for the introduction, and I want to thank Tom. Known Tom for many years and ran into him in some line at Crew last December, the Colorado River Water Users meeting in Las Vegas, and he said, "I got to talk to you," and that followed up with a conversation of, "Could you help us on our advisory board?" And I said, "I'm honored to do that, seriously." So thank you, and thanks for the invitation. So as you know, I am a retired bureaucrat from the federal government, Bureau of Reclamation, 31 years. And I want to first, on the slide in front of you, two things to point out. One is a caveat that's at the bottom, and it is, I thank the Bureau of Reclamation for their data and their slides, of which I do modify when I need to. Still my prerogative, even though I'm retired. But also, any opinions are mine. I don't speak for Reclamation. We'll do some questions at the end, and I'll tell you what I think, and just wanted to keep that in mind. The other thing is the picture. I started my career in Boulder, Colorado, in a research center. We founded a research center there, and I'll go into that a little more, about decision support for making water decisions. And I spent 12 years there. It was wonderful. That research center is still there, and again, I'll show you a picture of it. And then I got my arm twisted to go to Boulder City, Nevada, the other Boulder. And that's essentially the picture. I couldn't see the dam from my office, but that's the picture I saw from my window every day. It was a interesting time to be the regional director out there, because we were in, and still are, a depressed period of hydrologic inflows and in an over-allocated system. So I really enjoyed it. So 18 years in Boulder City, and then I moved back to Boulder, Colorado. So I never left Boulder. That's what I tell people. I just couldn't do that. All right, enough of that. So here's some topics that I want to talk to you about, a little bit of an overview of the Colorado River Basin. It's in the news all the time. There's a lot about it, and I hope to be able to fill in a little gaps maybe and give you some insights into it. Where we are today, current state, and then this whole business about what are we going to do to operate these two big reservoirs, Lake Powell and Lake Mead, after 2026. Then I want to circle back around and talk about decision support, and particularly the role of data and information in being able to make sound decisions. And we will have some time for questions. I'll pay attention to the clock here. All right, the overview of the basin. I'm sure most of you have seen this map. I won't go into all the details on that map, I promise you, but the key takeaways, one is that there's 16.5 million acre feet allocated for use in this basin. That includes 7.5 million to the upper basin, same to lower basin, and 1.5 to Mexico. The average annual inflow is less than that. I'll show you a picture here in a minute too. People thought it was more when they allocated stuff, at least most people, but it's less. So it's an over-allocated system, hands down, no questions asked. It is, the characteristic of it is very highly variable inflows. Excuse me, they change a lot. I'm sorry. I'm going to blame that on the delayed flight from Southwest last night. But anyway, and I'll show you that in a picture. But here's the key. If you haven't heard this, we have so much storage on this system. It's so unique in that way. We can store 4 times the annual average inflow. For a water operator, that's golden. I mean, that's amazing. So you can get through periods of really low flows. Now, when it's 20 years long or longer, and they're lower and lower, then maybe that's not as easy, but it's really important. And finally, this operational regime is governed by what we affectionately call the law of the river. And the law of the river is really a collection of compacts, treaties, court decrees, and other agreements that have started with a 1922 compact, which divided this river into these 2 upper and lower basin regimes, and is still going today. So what's it doing? It's evolving. The law of the river evolves. It's not static. It evolves to meet the contemporary issues. And sometimes those are very difficult agreements to get, and they take a long time, and but they're worth it. They're worth it because this framework, starting with a compact, is what we can hang our hats on. So when things get difficult and really contentious, we think about where can we go within this framework to expand the boundaries of it, to do something different, to be able to solve an issue or a set of issues that are so important. A really great friend of mine, he passed away in February. He was a mentor to me. His name is Bob Johnson. Some of you have probably met him or heard of him. He was the regional director, and he hired me back in 1989. But he had this really good way of saying things. And we always said, well, talk about what's really the definition of law of the river? And here's what he would say. Thank you, I appreciate that. Here's what he would say. There is one overriding principle for the law of the river. You can pretty much do whatever you can get everybody to agree to. I think it's true. And I think it works in most river systems, in my opinion. So the key is to get everyone to agree to it. And that's easier said than done, as you all know. All right, so here's the hydrology. How many people here are, anyone carrying a laser pointer? So the first, I'm dating myself, of course, but that's okay. I asked Dallas, do we have a pointer? And he said, no, I don't think so. And all I can say is, when I used to travel around and do a lot of the speaking stuff and meet with people and that, I had a laser pointer. I wouldn't have left my home without it, right? So I'll look at this.
It's pretty weak, the batteries
It's pretty weak, but hey, all right, huh? How about that? Yeah, let's see if it'll show up. Oh gosh, I don't know. Is it? Can you guys see it? Oh, I see it. It's way up there. There it is. People see that? If not, I'll try to walk over there and point to it. Wow, you made my day, maybe my whole week with that. So what's the deal about the hydrology? You see it's highly variable year to year, et cetera. This is that period of time in the early 20s, 1920s, that they allocated the river system on the US side. clearly that was a period of high flows. If you look back, there were some questioning that view, that these were the flows we should be banking on. And, but that's the flows that went into the decision. And so that's a period of something really to think about. This green line, I think it looks like green, is the average, and the red line is the moving average. But we can just see the steady decline. Now, has it really flattened here? Who knows, right? We really don't know about that. But throughout this period, key things happened. Like in the early 80s, these are still the two highest flows ever on record. Hoover Dam spillways flowed, uncontrolled spillways flowed for over a year and a half as all of that water was being moved downstream. I want to draw your attention to the late 90s also, a period of really wet time. And it was a perfect event to have wet flows, because we had built the All-American, the Central Arizona Project Canal. And Arizona was finally going to start being able to use its allotment, its apportionment. California had been using it, but Arizona was going to have to start using it all. And so we had to cut back. We had to cut back. But those great years gave us breathing room. We didn't have to cut it right away. We had about a 5, 6, 7 year period to put a deal together called the Quantification Settlement Agreement. Those in California have probably heard of that. It was a masterfully complicated agreement, the basis of which is the Imperial Irrigation District agreed to conserve water and have it transferred to San Diego. And that is one of the best agreements that literally took many years to put in place. And then just maybe one more thing to point out here. Oh boy, now I lost the printer, but and it's this period, just this last 20 years. Okay, I can't see the pointer, so I'm going to say, just point to it a little bit. There's been only 6 years in that 23-year period now that were above average, only 6. One of the worst years on record was in 2002. And that triggered the need for some policy changes, which again, some additions to the law of the river. All right, let's see. So I wanted to show this slide because that water that comes in that we just looked at, 95% of it comes from the upper basin. We're sitting in the lower basin in a really harsh desert. And luckily we have 60 million acre feet of storage capacity available to us. So we could meet all of the demands in the lower basin and did meet them on always for many years. But that's where it originates. And of course, it's very important. Most of that water's from Snowpack. And I wanted just to make sure and acknowledge the forecasting center, the Colorado Basin River Forecasting Center. We relied on those forecasts throughout the year, but particularly in the runoff season. And we have even based some operational policy agreements on where the reservoirs will be somewhere in the future, which like on January 1st, and we would do that in August. Now, no runoff much to speak of them, but still, those forecasts were what we based that on. So we appreciate that. Well, where is it today? I don't know, anyone ever been on Lake Powell or Lake Mead? Yeah. So maybe these elevations might make some sense. Lake Mead at 33% full is at elevation 106.4. The top of the spillway crest, the concrete spillways, is 1205. So that's the bathtub ring that you see in all the great pictures. Powell slightly better, but still pretty low. So the question is, what do you do about that? And so I'm going to show you this slide. Let me define it first. 1937 to today, essentially. And this is the combined storage of PAL and Mead. Because again, that's kind of the best metric for the state of the system is how much water and storage do we have? Because we know the flows are so variable. So we overlaid on it, and again, we don't have it at the start of the compact. We have it when Hoover Dam first filled. That's 1937. And clearly we had then a couple of real key pieces to the law of the river. 1928, 22, the compact, 1928 Boulder Canyon Project Act, which told us to build Hoover Dam. And it also said in the lower basin, here's those entitlements. California, you get 4.4 million. Arizona gets 2.8 million, and Nevada gets 0.3 million, which made sense at the time. And to give Nevada, Seth is here. We've known each other for many years. If you ever wonder how conservation should work in an desert urban environment, go talk to Seth. Southern Nevada Water Authority has the best approach and have had it for 20 years and have reduced their take out of the river while increasing population during that 20-year period. It's remarkable. And so I think all of the cities now living, myself in Boulder again, and seeing all the non-functional grass or ornamental grass that's along the medians and in the town that we don't need. We're not there yet. Now, that won't solve our big over-allocation problem, but I think all of us have to do our part, and that includes all cities in the West. So a couple other ones to point out. 1944, that's when Mexico Treaty was signed, and that's when they got their share. The compact framers knew Mexico was going to ask for a share of the river. And what they said was, we'll allocate the 7.5 to each of the basins, and then there'll be surplus water over and above that. And that's what we'll give, that's what Mexico will get. And that's still embedded in the compact about how, not how to share it, but that obligation would be shared between the upper and lower basin states, one of the key sticking points in today's policy negotiations. 1944 or 48, I want to point out the Upper Colorado River Compact. And that's really when the upper basin states allocated their share, and they were smarter by then. They allocated it by percentages, not by specific volumes. Clearly, a learning had happened there. So I won't go through the rest of this, I promise you, but I want to point out something else, and that is, and I will try let me see if I can try to get this. I hope you guys can see it. Yeah. So right here, here's Powell's gates are closed. We're trying to fill Powell, try to still deliver water to the lower basin. And we had some criteria called the filling criteria on how to balance the two reservoirs best. Get Powell full, but keep delivering water to me to be able to make downstream deliveries. After that happened, we needed some other criteria in order to balance these reservoirs over time. And it's called the long-range operating criteria. Congress told us to do that in the 1968 Act, when they said build the CAP, but they also said put in these long-range criteria. So we did that. So now I'm going to fast forward to show you how we implemented that. So first of all, we came up with a document called the Long Range Operating Criteria. I'm sure it was heavily negotiated, obviously, before my time. And what it said was Lake Powell will have a minimum objective release. It'll release 7.5 million plus half of the delivery obligation to Mexico. That's not stated that way in the long range operating criteria, but that's what the numbers are. And if Lake Powell's in full, not full, but I mean, if it's got a lot of water and Mead doesn't, we'll balance the reservoirs. And I don't mean we'll actually bring them exactly in balance, but Lake Powell would release in addition to that 8.23 million acre feet for a year. Okay, and so we did fine operating that until this 20-year period of drought. And so what was happening was Powell wasn't getting up above high enough to equalize with Lake Mead, as called, to release more water. And there was a big fight in 2005. And it was a fight during our annual operating plan. We'd had many fights in annual operating plan development, but that's a whole different story. But anyway, there was a big fight, and the Upper Basin said, you need to not release 8.23 million acre feet. And the Lower Basin, of course, said, you have to. It's your long-range operating criteria. Do you want to open that Pandora's box? Then we're going to really be in a mess. That was our view. And so we said, let's come up with some additional operating criteria. And this is what we refer to as the 2007 interim guidelines. So again, it's about annual releases out of Powell and Mead. And so we call it the coordinated operation. That's what the long-range operating criteria call it, the coordinated operation of these two big reservoirs that can store 50 million acre feet. They represent more like 83% of the total storage capacity in the basin. This is a big deal to figure out how to operate them. And one, Lake Powell, sits in the Upper Basin and one sits in the Lower Basin. So it's a really big thing. What we really needed to do is put in shortages. What I didn't point out in the one slide, in 1964, Arizona and California's lawsuit finally went to the Supreme Court, and they reaffirmed those allocations of the Boulder Canyon Project Act, but also made the Secretary of the Interior the water master. And being in the Lower Basin in reclamation is a fun thing because you are implementing the Lower Basin master functions for the Secretary. So we had to put shortages in place. But remember Bob Johnson's adage, you can do about what you want to do if you can get everyone to agree to it. And so we knew we needed to put in more shortages than we could get Arizona to agree to. Why Arizona? There's all the little twists and turns of the law of the river. To get the California legislators to agree to pass, to support the 1968 Basin Project Act that would allow us to build the canal to Phoenix and Tucson so Arizona could get their water, their full share. Arizona agreed that their entire project, Central Arizona project, about 1.5 million acre feet, that water right would be junior to all of California's 4.4 million acre foot water right. Now there's a deal. And that deal worked fine until it came time to put shortages in place. This is still the issue because the urban uses, which is what CAP primarily ends up being, about half the water goes to the Indian tribes and the other half to mostly urban use. There's still some ag use. But the point is that those are junior uses, the urban uses. So if we need to crank up shortages because we have reservoirs headed to the mud, the strict priority system would say, cut those low priority uses. How many of you think we could turn off the faucet to Phoenix, Arizona, because of the 1968 Basin Project Act? Oh, I have one. That's good. That's it. There you go. I knew somebody would be in the audience that would do that. Good to see you. All right. Anyway, so that's what this was about. We put shortages in place. And here's the other key thing. And I want to say this too, because if you're in these policy things and you're really trying to find ways to make things work, new ideas come. Now, banking in Lake Mead was not a new idea. Metropolitan Water District their 1931 water contract with the Secretary of the Interior has the right to bank water in Lake Mead. Nobody else does. I've always scratched my head a little bit. Probably they were the only ones that thought there'd ever be any reason to bank water in Lake Mead. Well, they have it. Now, we don't have any banking regulations in place, but this thing called intentionally created surplus is a water banking mechanism, essentially. And so it's called that funky name, so it fits in the law of the river. I won't bore you with that. But anyway, you can come up with some and expand the law of the river again because you're in the middle of trying to figure out things and make things work. So what's this post-2026? Well, again, I'm not speaking for the Bureau of Reclamation. All I'm saying is by January 1st in 2027, there's going to need to be a way to determine how much water is going to come out of Lake Powell. And that could be in a lot of ways. It could be you just do what you've been doing for the last 20 some odd years and give it more time. You could go to court, see how that turns out. Or you can put new criteria in place, new guidelines, and that's what post-2026 is about. I simply copied their purpose from their own slides. You can read it. I won't go into that. And their timeline. And so you can see very clearly we're going to have a final EIS by December of 2026. The rest of that timeline, particularly whether or not there'll be a draft EIS by December of 2025, I would say might be unlikely because the two basins are still at odds in terms of how they think this should work. But I'm an optimist, been here before, seen this, done this. When we put the interim guidelines in place, we had 2.5 years to do it in. It was horrendously difficult, time consuming. I had one of the staff members tell me he said, I'm just really beat and tired, and I appreciated it, and we talked, and I said, look, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And his answer to me was, yeah, but most people don't sprint marathons. So I had to take that to heart as a manager, that my words might not be what they said. So let me just show you this picture. We've been talking about essentially, and this was a hierarchical diagram that we put in place when we first started in 1989 on how to improve our operational environment. I spoke to Dave a couple weeks ago, and I told him when I first went to Hoover Dam to learn water scheduling, it was done with paper and pencil in 1989. And the database was the folded papers in black notebooks lining the wall. Seriously. So it was a great opportunity. It was a wonderful opportunity. And so that was doing the short-term scheduling. We've been talking about long-term planning, and I even show you that's the operating criteria. All of this folds together. It doesn't always just go top down. What we wanted to try to do is build a modeling software, a package that we could have models to look at focused on reservoir operations, deliveries, diversions, returns, that sort of stuff, and have that as a framework system that you could implement models at different time steps and write policy and all that kind of stuff. We had a policy model that was Fortran based. It was called the Colorado River Simulation System, and it ran on a mainframe in the Denver Federal Center. There were maybe a half a dozen people that could run it. Changing the policies. Has anyone ever written Fortran in this room? Yeah. Oh, I feel so good about that. Fortran rules. Yes, it does. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't card decks, but it was card images. So in text files. What's that? Well, it was at one time. You're exactly right. Agreed. By the time we were trying to replace it, it hadn't. They didn't have a card reader anymore. So anyway, interesting. So and down in at the short-term scheduling, I already told you. I mean, it was essentially paper and pencil. So we had some great opportunities. Okay, so if you remember, I mentioned a fellow named Bob Johnson. So he was the guy with a lot of the river statement, right? I think he's exactly right about it. But he was also the division head for water and power at the time in 1989 when I got hired. And so this professor at CU named Ken Snowpack had this idea that you could build these kind of decision support system that would have a model that you could have all these different time steps and different basins and that sort of stuff. And so he formed the Center for Advanced Decision Support for Water and Environmental Systems, or CADSWS. I was a soft money person working for the professor on the first research contract. Bob Johnson sent his representative, a fellow named Tim Ulrich, you guys wouldn't know him, wonderful human being, as their rep. So each of the 5 regions in Reclamation, plus the Denver office, had a representative for this research project. It was well funded, $1 million back then, and it was multiple years. So it was for 4 years. It was amazing. But Bob sent Tim, and got to know Tim a bit because, again, is one of the 5 staffers working on it. And he came in one day to the professor. I was there, but he said, "We want to hire one of your people because what we want is products. You have to live in the publication world. We understand that. But we live in the real world. And so we want to hire one of your people." And so that was me. And so serendipity for me that I was at the right place at the right time, but that we had managers and leaders that had vision and the ability to implement and change the way it was, because working remotely at the time wasn't really thought of, particularly Bureau of Reclamation. So this is CADSWS. We have about a dozen employees still there. Tennessee Valley Authority is a partner, Corps of Engineers, but we have actually a stationed office there where people work. I worked there for 12 years, as I mentioned earlier. And the product, many of you have heard of it, is called Riverware. The other key thing I was telling Dave over coffee the other day was, I think we had to learn also, you got to go hire professional programmers. You can't rely on grad students, which I was at a time, or other folks. We all mean well, and we can code, but we're not coding with probably the same fortitude and ability as professionals. And so that was a breakthrough at CADSWS. All right, let's see. I want to wrap it up here with a visual that we came up with. I'm sure we didn't invent it, but it was our visual to go explain how all this would work within our region, within our agency, and outside our agency. And so the idea is at all those time steps, whatever you're doing, whatever decisions you're trying to make, it starts with data. And data is the foundation of sound decision making. It's very clear, it's pretty simple, but it's sometimes overlooked. It's sometimes really overlooked. And maybe you don't do enough QC. Maybe you don't have enough money to do the collection. For us, we had a telemetry system we were putting in place when I joined that would allow us to track all the diversions and return flows up and down the lower system of the Colorado River, Lake Mead to Mexico. Why did we have that? Because the Supreme Court decree in 1964 directed us to. and said, you will produce annual reports that will show all the water that's been taken out of the river system. It's pretty nice if you get a Supreme Court backing, you can get funding. They don't give you the funding, but it was one of the most well-funded operations that I have ever been a part of because we had a mandate. And it wasn't just that, but it was really big in terms of internal reclamation stuff. When you're carving up the pie, our Colorado River operations pie was usually expanded, not contracted. It was pretty amazing. Anyway, data, then we get the information, do analysis, some synthesis, whatever all the terms you would think of that belong there, but we've moved it up a level, right? So it's not just raw data, it's not even processed raw data, it's now real information. And then it gets to knowledge. So I said, this is the slide I used to use, human interpretation and intuition. I thought this morning, I guess I should put human and AI interpret. I don't really know what to do there, but I'm sure that's where it is in some places and will be. So human interpretation, intuition, finally we get to decisions, the human judgment, the bringing people together. If I could leave you really with one last piece is don't overlook the importance of relationships. When you're trying to solve these very difficult problems, policies or otherwise, policy-based or otherwise, relationships matter. Getting to know people, getting to know something about them, and they getting to know you allows you to work together. You'll work together better, but you also, when it comes crunch time, you can really work together. Because if you wait till crunch time and to build a relationship, I can almost guarantee you won't build it. You can't build it. So that's the last thing I would add. And I apologize, I didn't catch you up on time probably at all, but I appreciate your interest, and I think we'll take some questions. Do we have time? Yeah. Okay.
Awesome. Thank you, Terry. Questions? Dave. Hang on, Dave. We can't hear you online.
Oh, yeah, right.
Hello. So given your pyramid there and what you just talked about and your extensive knowledge of the system, Upper Colorado system and meeting the obligations, what are the biggest next data gaps that need to be filled?
The biggest data gap, you said, right? Yeah, we still need to. Well, I think it's, and I don't want to steal, and I've forgotten your name, but the speaker right after me is going to talk from the Upper Colorado River Commission. And so, but I think I point to him because I think it's in the Upper Basin, and it's that they don't have a mandate, so they don't have in place all of this stuff to record where the use is, the diversions, the returns, tracking the real use in near real time, I think is one of the biggest data gaps, which they're working on. I know UCRC is working on it with some folks in CASM. So to me, that's one of the biggest gaps, Dave, that still needs to be filled. It's a little harder there because you've got 4 states, you got 4 state engineers' offices, you got a whole lot of dispersed authority and need for money and all that other kind of stuff.
Check. As the people in Colorado River, for us in California, we usually look to you guys for water right decisions as a, trailblazer. But for you guys in Colorado River, do you guys have any other smaller, who do you look to for inspiration as far as working out all the decision making between the many, many stakeholders? Mainly because over here in California, we're just kind of waiting for the results of your work and try to benefit from that from our side. And we're curious where you get your, is there anyone you're waiting on or whatnot?
Okay. I'm getting a little echo, but I'm gonna blame it on Southwest again, but I think I heard about where to look for inspiration. Was that a part of the question?
Where does the Colorado River Basin collective get their inspiration?
Ah,
Because California is looking into what you're doing.
I see. Thank you for helping me there. Gosh, okay. Well, my truthful answer is from you all, from inside. It's about bringing people along so that as you move up in an organization, you believe in the ways things should be done. That's number one. So, but in terms of agencies, perhaps today, certainly not all of our agencies look at this in the same way. And so what I believe is the role of the federal government is really important. It's important on our basin and particularly lower basin because the secretary is the water master. But there are other basins, Truckee Carson, for instance, where there's court-appointed water masters. And so it's a matter, in my opinion, of federal leadership with state leadership at the high level coming together and saying, hey, this is the way we want it done. This is the best way to get it done. I don't know if that sounds way easier than how it is. It is. I know it. That.
Kaz, you have a question? Yeah. Yep, coming your way.
Well, I'm not sure if mine is a question or a compliment. So wherever it falls, please forgive me. First, I'm grateful that you are able to shed light on. Oh, okay. Do I need to repeat myself again? Okay. So one is that I'm grateful that you brought to everybody's attention the laws of the river. So that has really made my life very easy. And then number two, and maybe this is really the take-home message for me and I hope for others, and it will also help in my subsequent submissions here too, is your last paragraph. I mean, your last slide. I don't know if you have it. Do you still have the last slide? Exactly. Yeah, I'm just bringing this one to everybody's attention because data, real good data, costs money. But I think many people have never really taken that into account. And then number two, as you put it rightly, it's the pillar of everything else that you can achieve with all those other things that are quote, quote, modern. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I've got a question for you.
Okay.
You highlighted a number of things that you saw evolve during your career. I'm still have the image of you looking at the database of black binders on the wall when you showed up in Boulder City. You've seen and helped develop a lot of new tools that have made your role and the role of others in the system easier, decision support tools in their essence. Do you have any insights on kind of the process of building and adopting these new tools in a contentious environment and coming to that consensus where we now have something, a new tool in our toolkit to bring to bear? Anything you've seen? I have a lot of things in mind. This is not just, I'll disclaim, I don't just mean ASO data. Like we've got a lot of new data sources these days, new models coming on, almost an embarrassment of riches of new ideas coming out of the academic community and the applied research community. How do we choose among those? How do they get adopted? What's the process that we need to follow there?
Well, I think I mentioned from my perspective and my experience for Hoover Dam, when I went there, my view was I had to become a water operator. I had to sit, and they allowed me to do that because I had to understand more and deeply and better what they really had to grapple with, what their problems were, how it worked. And so I spent a lot of time doing that. So my point of an example is immersion is important. The other one that I had mentioned is, and it's come up already, money. And things cost, people cost, airplanes cost. I mean, everything costs money. And there'll always be some limits. I mean, I painted ours as pretty unlimited because honestly, most of the time it was, because again, what the Supreme Court had mandated the Secretary to do. But I think money is another one, is to figure out, you know, in terms of trade-offs, what's most important, and put money there. And I'm not telling you anything you don't know, Jeff and Tom and everyone here. It's really, I don't know that there's a recipe for it other than really being there and being in it and understanding it. And I'll go back again to, that includes relationships, right? I mean, you have to be able to, if you are thinking of using something and Jeff's not willing to sit and explain and talk, which I know he is, so this is not a good example, but then why would you stick your neck out? Why would you stick your neck out to go get money if you know, if it's not something that you really believe in, and you believe in it because the people around you believe in it? I wish I had a better recipe.
I mean, I think that's great. That's a lot of the motivation of why we're in this room. So thank
think
you.
it is, exactly. Yes.
Can you hear me? Thank you so much. I guess one of the questions kind of following up on that question is, you know, in terms of the balance between innovation and what people have the capacity to undertake and the knowledge in these sort of legacy tools like riverware versus, you know, emerging tools that are coming out of the academic space, or, you know, like DSTs. I'm just curious, how does that process of translation from sort of, you know, the multiple DSTs or innovative DSTs that people have, how does that then move, in your opinion, into the operational space where you have to have agency capacity and knowledge? And, you know, it seems like a lot of these tools are sort of niche and require very specific knowledge, and then you're trying to translate them into agencies where folks are, you know, strapped and doing multiple things and probably already know, you know, our legacy tools that work. And so I'm just, yeah, I'm curious how, yeah, what that translation looks like. And yeah, just a little bit about how the adoption process goes. You know, it seems a little rocky sometimes to me. And so I'm just curious, yeah, about your perspective on that.
I think I understood your question, but I'll look over here to and people with better ears or something that'll tell me. But I think my basic question is, how do you get it into operations, right? I mean, that's the fundamental thing I think you're driving toward. I'm going to say one thing that I learned to really believe in is what I call a pilot project, test project. On the policy end, when we were talking about things on the ground, pilot projects were good for people because they weren't committing to anything long term, right? Yeah, we'll commit to this water transfer, but we'll do it for a pilot, on a pilot basis, or whatever it was. So I think that can be translated into other areas. Carving out something that you think is doable, getting enough funding to do it, being able to have some metrics so that you know how it performed and behaved, and not just software metrics, but also, you know, the decision metric, of course, and the people metric. How did it work within the organization? And you can get people often to say, yeah, let's do a pilot project, right? Because you're not sinking too much into it, you know, in terms of your resources, money, your people, maybe your reputation. I don't know what else other things people worry about, right? But so that'd be my suggestion is carve out things and you do the pilot project concept.
I think
Yeah, I know.
we're running a bit
I've run you really
late here.
late.
Not your fault. We started a bit late. Let's take a break for, let's aim for 10 minutes. Come back at 10 after here. Thank you, Terry. Wonderful,
Wow.
wonderful stuff.
Thanks.
So
Okay, to kick off our first session this morning, we are super pleased to welcome Dr. Kazungu Maitaria, or Kaz, as we like to call him. Kaz is a staff engineer with the Upper Colorado River Commission. He and the commission have been great partners over the past couple of years with ASO and really helping us engage in the Upper Colorado River Basin perspective, trying to bring some of these new tools together for the Upper Basin, like Terry just provided a great introduction for. So welcome, Kaz. Thank you for being here.
Asante sana. I hope everybody can hear me. Wonderful. So first thing first, from my tradition, we always expected to appreciate those who have made us to be what we are. So first I have to mention that the organization I work for have a man called Don Osler. That's really my mentor. He's really done a lot to make me be exactly what I want to be 20 years from today. And then on top of that, I also have other fellows here who have done a lot of background work on me, you know, at a time when I was trying to find myself. And one of those fellows is called Gochis, Dr. Gochis. Dave, please stand up. I just want to honor you. That's my academic godfather. And that's my academic godfather. He's been with me everywhere, you know, as a student and also as a consultant for the US government. He was always there with me. And I think this journey that I'm going to take in the commission, I'm sure he'll still be with me as we walk uncharted waters. So back to business. I work for this interesting organization that I can summarize in only 2 sentences. One, this organization, which was founded about 8 years ago, has 2 primary mandates. The first one is the water master that the gentleman did talk about before. So we have Colorado River Basin, it's cut into 2. So the upper portion, which we represent, we are the water masters. The lower basin, I think it's the Secretary of Interior who is the water master. And then other than that too, we also represent the interest of the upper Colorado states, and that's Utah, Wyoming, Colorado itself, and New Mexico. So what we tend to do when we work with them is to always make sure our ears are in the ground to hear what the ground is saying and see how we can be able to translate that into, you know, a buffet that is worthy the people. So Chuck Colm, who is our current executive director, who took a risk hiring me about a year ago from the private sector, has some really lofty ideas of what we need to do so that in this century, we can say we are water ready. So one of the things that he has wanted us to do is just slightly go outside what we call the standard norms and readdress these issues in a different way. And what we believe here is that science never lies. And therefore, we really need to use science as a surfing board to go to wherever we want to go as we grapple with all those things that they call the laws of the river. So very, very quickly, and this one again, Dave Gochis, thanks to you. This is what I was taught in school. I was taught that water, in as much as it controls what happens around the earth, that it has boundaries. So what I'm showing here right now is that water is a physical resource, and it's in a rectangular box. And then there are other pieces of items that are also physical resources. But I want just to focus on water. And then I have the other things you're seeing there in oval, industry, etc. Those are needs. So we have this thing called water, and next to it are needs. And those needs are intricately connected. How, I don't know, but all I know is that it's all really, really dynamic. So in our particular case, the Upper Colorado part of our world, what is happening is that water, which for a long time has been considered as a renewable resource, is technically moving slowly towards what I'll call non-renewable. While everything that you can see in oval are blossoming, they're growing, they're trying to suck more out of the water. So that's really exactly one of the things that makes my job probably one of the best jobs anybody could do at this time in their lifetime. All right. We are trying now to bring to everybody's attention some of the things that we think we need to do to be able to somehow make this damn thing I'm calling water that is slowly becoming non-renewable be sustainable. So, first year of my employment, the federal government gave us about $9 million to try and put some groundwork. So what you're seeing there, in year one, that is some $8.9 million. And what we decided to do was devote it into really more of infrastructure, trying to put some ground truthing in infrastructure in place. And then this year and subsequent years, these are some of the things that we want to do. Now you can see, and I'm not querying it, but I think we'll have to change this paradigm later. You can see most of what we intend to be spending is really on things that I call very standard. These are things that were rooted on the 20th century mentality, and that's okay. But I believe 2 years from now onwards, we're going to flip it. We want to spend more on generation of data, on maintaining infrastructure that aids and supports modeling aspects that can be able to inform better decisions. So back to our home, the Upper Colorado River Basin, and that's home. Anytime I talk about the basin, it really means the Upper Colorado River. This particular watershed is really unique in so many ways, both in space and also in other things like the atmospheric dynamics, etc. So the only thing I just want you to pick here is that we have altitude differences of about 8,000 feet across the continent, that the area itself is probably about 15 European states. And this is a home of people who depend on the Colorado River. Two things are very important. Part of our mission as the water masters is to be able to compute how much water we've used in the upper part of, the Colorado River, the upper side, as we try making sure that we also are in compliance with the many laws that are called the laws of the river. I won't go into it very much because the gentleman before me was able to open that well. So one thing that is interesting is that one of the biggest consumers of water allocated to the upper states is really agriculture. So agriculture consumes north of 65%. Sadly enough, how they measure what crops consume has always been a black box. So that's an area where we really need to start measuring our molecules well. And then the other one is the difficulty with which currently we have when it comes to predicting, say, our snowpack and etc. that transform themselves into a stream flow that inform how we operate our reservoirs. That has been an issue. So those are some of the two key things that we really want to address. So we're interested in getting environmental information that can inform the structure of numerical models with the hope that the two can give us an option to be able to do or make decisions that are important for sustainability in this part of the world. So let me go with the first one, evapotranspiration. One of the things that I've said is a big consumptive use component up there and is not very well understood. We have decided that at this moment in time, the best way in which you can be able to quantify that variable is invoking or using the decovariance technology. So what I'm showing here very quickly, and sorry for those who are not mathematicians, my English is limited, and I was told sometimes some of these things can be able to help me match. So most of the existing weather stations, etc., they can do a lot of these things. They can be able to measure some of these variables, but they cannot measure these two. And therefore, it's so difficult for them to give us what we could say placebo values of evapotranspiration, depending on the crop type we're looking at. But when you come to the decovariance system, through statistics, it's able to resolve those two. And we believe that that, as of now, is the industry standard. All right. So all other things notwithstanding, we intend to use this information to fine-tune what we call the OpenAT technology, so that you can be able to tell, really, this is the exact or more precise way in which we can quantify what we are consuming in our agriculture sector, both in space and time, in this very large area that I told you is more than 20 states combined in Europe. Just to charm you, these are some of the things that we've been doing lately. Jeff, you probably are aware, the last 3 months I was out in the woods and having all that. We've been able to put on the ground at least 12 beautiful babies that we know are going to do a lot. And then this is like the last one that we did, that's about a month ago. What you're seeing at the back is the Wind River ranges. So we've done that. We've used the classical ways in which it is considered sufficient to capture moisture fluxes. I won't go much into it, but what I've realized, or what has happened over time as I've interacted with different users, is that we can still expand the power of the decovariance towers by bringing in other things that will be able to make our information more usable across different platforms. So one, come spring next year, we're going to replace all our rain gauges with better system. So this fluvimeter here can measure both liquid and solid precipitation. The other things that we intend to do is also bring on board other instruments that will be able to measure over and above this, that can be able to measure UV, and also those that can also be able to measure methane. UV is very important for our farmers because farming is one of the biggest sector. Our farmers in the upper state tend to also apply pesticides just to make sure they control weeds and stuff. But one thing they have not known, or what they have never considered over time, is that depending on the time you apply the pesticides, if the UV is high, it basically negates the effect of that. So timing is everything. So if we can be able to tell our farmers, this is the window where you have low UV, they can end up using less than 25% of their pesticide to do the same thing, if not more. And methane, let me not say much, but it also gives you an information of global warming and all that stuff. So let me make a conclusion roughly from the EC towers. This is really the coolest thing that we are bringing to the board. We want to move everybody from ignorance to fairness. Yesterday, I remember everybody who talked, and I quote only Dave because that's the only guy I was hearing talking. He was talking about reducing the uncertainty. So anytime we reduce uncertainty in the measurement of evapotranspiration from crops, we also reduce the losses that farmers make, or rather even empower them to increase the size of their farms using the same amount of water. So once we calibrate the OpenET using our network as the ground truthing, what we know is that we'll ultimately be able to find a sweet spot where farmers can intelligently use their water to irrigate, but they'll be using lesser to do exactly the same thing. And that in itself prepares them for some of the eventualities. All right. So then the next thing in what I call the odyssey of what you're doing is the stream flow information. So remember the laws of the river. We need every year to make sure a certain amount of water is allowed to go downstream. I don't think I want to dwell much on that, but we really want to know the health of our reservoirs, because that is what really will inform how we are going to operate the subsequent year. So in this case, a few obvious things. We respect you. And when I say you, I'm talking of Team Jeff, ASO, and all other people who believe in the same. We think you are also a gold standard in this. We think. But by the end of my talk, you'll know why I'm saying we think, and we still have some asterisks. So that we don't even doubt. All we're interested in, remember us, we are more like, as I said, maybe I didn't say it, but we think of ourselves as the conductors of the orchestra, just bringing up all other players together and be able to get something that is going to make us live to the founding reasons. So here's our question. I want to be told by the time we are done with this symposium that you guys can also be able to address some of our interests. Great. A few things have happened. We have had a loose interaction with ASO, partly because at the beginning of time, there are other players who were friends of yourselves, so we didn't really work directly with you, but at least we gave you about $1 million last year to do some small work for us. You know that, gentleman. And over time, I got to know Jeff. Jeff is really a wonderful guy. I mean, I think you're wonderful too, but I'll only speak about Jeff because Jeff is the coolest guy around. Yeah, so Jeff and Dave Goetjes. So we've interacted at levels I can call very comfortable. They have promised us heaven, and we are good with that. I cannot even query what they do. We don't want to get into your kitchen. But one of the things that we think is going to be important, remember, as I said, we are more like conductors of an orchestra, is whether, as we interact, you guys will be able to allow infusion of other information or other players, because we believe here, we live in a village, and this village really needs different things from each one of us to make this part of the world sustainable. All right. Basically, that's all I'm asking. Everything else, you can forget about anything else. Just whether you can be able to meet some of our interests. With also another key here, integration. We believe integration is also so important for us. Why? Because most of the problems we're dealing with, it's not like they just busted into the scene right now. The other people who have been looking at them, either from different vantage points. So I believe if we all came together, we are likely going to get to what we call the sweet spot. Think about it more like operation research. When people are doing operation research, you want to optimize certain objective, but you also have to take in cognizance certain constraints. So all those things inform. So ASO company, this is what we invite you to do. Try and see ways in which we can work together, integrating some of the directions we've pointed with a view of having this product of ours be usable vastly in that region. I'm just telling you because I think we are the largest customer you can ever have. But we need to look at also costs a bit. So if there are any things that we were doing before, through our innovation, which was right, we now need to probably start thinking a little bit more like what I call the Toyota. Toyota as a company has one of the finest production line, and that has made them reduce the cost of production, but still giving probably one of the finest products ever. Yesterday, I was having a cup of tea with my colleague B, and I was telling her, in a Subaru, the price we buy a Subaru, vis-a-vis what it does, it's like a steal. All right, let me make some real nice conclusions. As I said, I don't doubt your technology is great, but there's something I want you to know. Our water resource, at least in that part of the world, through all the global projection models they all are pointing to the fact that we're headed into dry hydrology. Everything is just saying we're headed into dry hydrology. If that is the truth, then I can almost challenge you right now that you may want to improve on perfection when you're dealing with us, because there's no other ecosystem where people are talking of things are all just going downhill. So there you are. One of the things I believe you may want to look at, and we can always have side conversations, is the groundwater contribution. Because between you and me, anytime you sample water in the Colorado River, at least more than 40% of it is old water. That must be saying something. Chuck, our executive director, told me to inform you guys that we really have a plan to engage with you on a multi-year basis, hoping that if we did that, we may be able to bring down the costs, and then we may be able to touch more people, at least in America. So really, that is the thing you need to know. We need to do that. Affordability is the key. Otherwise, your technology is great. There's no doubt. And it's unique and it's special. Finally, our business as the commission, these are the things that we desire. One of our desires is by the year 2026, having consumed at least $50 million on science and data capture, we want to make sure that the Upper Colorado River Basin is the most instrumented outdoor laboratory of this unique semi-arid climatology in the world, where we are both looking at the dynamics in more than 2 dimensions, looking at how things are changing over altitude, looking at how things are changing both vertically, which is something that we've all been doing, but also we think we need to start looking at things also horizontally. How does horizontal flux movement impact on what you're doing, how does that align with the vertical? Because we've always been only gleaning things from the vertical bit of it. I don't want to talk too much about science because that's not where I'm being paid to be, where I am. But the other things we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we have a clearinghouse where any data that is there is absolutely usable. It has gone through rigorous UCQA, and that it's so authoritative, and that one can use it with a fair level of confidence. And on the other part, as water masters, the number 4 piece of thing is also something that we must make sure, we will always make sure that we have essentially met. So having said that, none of this will ever happen to us if people like you do not come to the same table and we share the pie. So with that, what I'll only say is, tafadhali, let your coffee not be too expensive. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaz. There it is. Thank you, Kaz. Any questions? Gus. Microphone coming.
Hi there, thank you for that. Just 2 questions. I guess one of the things you highlighted was this need to assess the new tools and products. I'm wondering if you could attach some kind of more detail as to, for you, what that looks like in terms of accepting information, new technology, that kind of thing.
What's your name, sir?
Hi, I'm Gus Goodbody with the NRCS USDA.
All right, thank you so much. I think you've just made me want to put what I should have said at the beginning, that really data drives science. And just knowing that, as I mentioned, in our part of the world, you know, we actually headed, all the projections are that we're headed to dry hydrology. So for me, I believe that all the information, all our skills that we've had until now has to be treated with a little bit of what I call grain of salt, because it wasn't really addressing what we think now is important. For us, we think we need even to be able to account for molecules. So what does that mean? That means then that we need to start getting more of what I call ground truthing information that can allow grand ideas that any one of you comes up with to start rebuilding your, I'll call it your model, and I don't want to talk too much about models, but build them and add that other missing dimension that originally was not there. I really want us to start moving away from using variables as a band-aid. I want us to say, this is really the level of what we need to do. We need to squeeze the juice out of ABCD. Not sure if I'm clear, but if I am not, we can side chat.
Chad.
Yeah, Chad Moore, Bureau of Reclamation out of California. Your ET approach is a ground up approach, and one of the things that ASO might be able to give us, if we have enough coverage and we can get ASO at the right time, is looking at evapotranspiration from the top down. So if we know how much water falls in the landscape, particularly if we take a measurement of snow, that can help define that, constrain that much more so than just an open model. We can look at what's left over after the runoff efficiency, the losses in a system. And that can help us get at ET, I think. I've been meaning to try this in my watershed. Now you're going to introduce a new term. You're going to introduce soil moisture storage. But you might be able to, with your existing ground up approach of ET, as well as looking at what is improved in, ASO coverage throughout the upper Colorado, you may be able to constrain that with ASO and modeling data to determine just how much water is lost in the landscape and then partition what is ET. So something I've thought of that I haven't tried that your area could be ripe for.
If I said you are making a comment and I concur with you, I fully concur with you. That's for real. And that's why we want to work with them for a while, hoping that together we can come up with a more efficient or a more inclusive way in which you can cut costs, but still be able to come up with information that is highly usable. And then for you as the Bureau of Reclamation, the other things I need to tell you is that this problem that we are tackling is such that we are right now even thinking about incidental use bits of pieces. I didn't even mention that here. We want to go back and ask the evaporation rates that you guys have been using since the 1950s. Are those really legit? And then were they really grounded on other understandings, like elevation changes, wherever these things are? So we're also going to study a number of ways in which you can be able to determine more realistically the evaporation rate, at least in some of the major reservoirs. And in this case, we're looking at about 10 of them. And out of those 10, there are about 4. The 4 of them contribute about, say, 88% of what is lost to the skies. And those ones we want to really look at them in a greater detail using instrumentation that is really contemporary. The covariance is, I think is going to be likely be one of our candidates. But the end game is get some of this information and have it drive the model. There's right now a model. I don't know, but I think you guys may have come up with it. It's called the DLM, the Daily Lake Evaporation Model. We really think this model needs to be fully calibrated. That way it can start giving real-time information how much we are losing. Because the truth is, the times when we lose more evaporation does not really align by the time when we have the highest temperatures. So there's always something off and many other things. But yes, thanks for yours.
Awesome. I think we will move on to our next speaker. I want to say thank you, Kaz, for being here. Thank you for laying out the challenge for us. Next up, we have a remote presentation from my home state of Colorado, Scott Greibling, who is a water resources engineer from the St. Vrain and Left Hand Water Conservancy District. Hopefully is online and has slides. There we go. Awesome. It works.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you, Scott, for being here remotely.
Fantastic. Are you seeing the presenter view or the...
It's perfect.
Okay, cool. Well, I will jump into it. Thanks for having me. I wish I could have been there in person, but there's a good backup option. I'm going to start with a disclaimer. So I'm Scott Greibling. I'm with the St. Vrain and Left Hand Water Conservancy District. We are north of Denver in Longmont, Colorado, if you know where that is. I'm a water resource engineer. I am not a snow scientist, and I agreed to talk about this stuff, but if there are any hard questions, I'm going to pass them off to other way smarter people than me. So with that in mind, let's talk about cold content. And I'll get to why this all came up in a few slides, but wanted to give a little bit of background on what cold content is. So, and again, this is my not super technical overview, so bear with me, but cold content is essentially the energy needed to bring snowpack up to the melting point. So we have snowpack, some of it can be hotter, some of it can be colder essentially, and that's dependent on the cold content is a reflection of both the temperature as well as the mass of the snow. So you can have a large mass of snow at a higher temperature, and that might take the same amount of energy to melt as a smaller mass of snow, but at a colder temperature. For the ASO reports, and in the context that we're talking about this, cold content is modeled using the ice snowball model. And it's something I'll reflect on a few times, but really do remember this is the way that I'm talking about cold content today is it's a modeled term. It's not directly measured necessarily, or it certainly isn't directly measured on a watershed scale. But that ice snowball model uses the various inputs of air temperature, wind speed and direction, vapor pressure, precipitation, solar radiation to inform what the cold content is in the model. And there is an attempt to kind of validate it looking at snow pillows, but it's not a super easy metric to directly validate. So all of these are kind of caveats to how we use it. It is a useful indicator of how ripe the snowpack is. So when you look at cold content in the snowpack, especially across a watershed on a watershed scale, you get a sense of how ready is that snowpack to melt, how much more energy is going to be needed for, before that snow turns into runoff. And when we're looking at cold content, because it is a model term, it's really useful to compare kind of on a year-to-year basis, rather than taking like a single value and assigning it as the definitive answer. It's also, you can look at it, cold content during the snow accumulation period versus kind of the melt period. It can also give some indication of the impacts of rain on snow, and again, how quickly snowpack might melt off. So, I'm just going to stress again, it's a modeled indicator, but it can be really useful. And so in 2024, I'm talking about this because we've flown several flights over the North Front Range, and in 2024, we were noticing that the cold content was indicating really warm snowpack, not just along the North Front Range, but across the state of Colorado. I'll show some graphs here. So this is, for comparison, 2023, and I'm going to show a few spots across the state. This is the Taylor River. If you're familiar where that is, kind of south central-ish, Colorado, out by Crested Butte area. The Taylor River in 2003, as many of you know, 2003 was a huge snowpack year. So there's an element of apples to oranges comparison in just the quantity of snow that we saw in between 2003 and 2004. But on April 1st of 2003, you see the cold content, all of it was very, very cold. That top figure shows cold content across snow depth throughout the watershed as well. And then the bottom figure is cold content across elevation throughout the watershed. You see that the snow is getting close to melting, those red circles, at lower snow depths and also at lower elevations in some spots. Now compare that with 2024. The format of the graph is a little bit different, but the information is essentially the same. You see a dramatic difference in how cold the snow is, how ready that snow is to melt. So 2024, there was less snow and the snow line was higher. So again, keep those things, those differences in mind. But overall, the snowpack on a relatively the same day was much, much closer to melting in 2024. Similarly in the Dolores, so southwestern Colorado, Dolores River, 2023, another really big snowpack year, but really cold snow overall. And compare that with 2024. So as the ASO surveys started coming in, and we kind of have a statewide coordination group that sets the calls and kind of discusses what we're seeing. This was highlighted as a unique aspect of the 2024 snowpack. And the thought is, gosh, there's a lot of the snowpack is very close to melting. If we see a week or two of warmer temps and cloud-free days, the snowpack could melt very quickly. And there was some concern of localized flooding. This is the St. Vrain cold content. I don't have a 2023 good reference. The surveys that year didn't happen until May, and so I couldn't pull up a good comparison. But you can see the St. Vrain wasn't quite as ready to melt, but it still had a good chunk of the snowpack very, very warm and very, very close to melting. So why did that matter for us? The St. Vrain Creek goes through Longmont and Lyons. Just south of us is Boulder Creek. Both of these spots are very popular for tubing in the spring and kind of right during runoff. They also, impact many homes and businesses, and just there's trails, there's lots of recreation use, lots of creek access. And there was some concern that we had a decent snowpack and it was very warm. And we were thinking, gosh, if we get some warm weather, the snow could melt very, very quickly. And we could see localized flooding from snowmelt, not even with any additional precipitation. And so we wanted to make sure that emergency management personnel was aware of this so that they could use that to inform their decision making. You can certainly monitor gauges, but rising stream flow gauges in some of these basins, the gauges don't even start recording data until May. And in some of these spots, you don't have much of a heads up, even with gauges that are recording what the increases in flow is going to be. And the interesting piece that cold content, the kind of view that it provides is, what is the timing and intensity of that potential flooding? How much of that snowpack is ready to melt? So we did reach out to several emergency management personnel in Boulder County and the various cities in the area and tried to communicate this information. And that was an interesting task, to take a kind of esoteric concept of cold content and translate it into the impact in the streams and creeks in the area. Things turned out okay overall. And this figure shows runoff on the St. Vrain Creek outside of Lyons, Colorado. And you can see our survey was taken April 21st there and what the runoff was. And we did see a streak of a couple warm days, and that really increased the flow dramatically. You see that spike up to the 2nd of May. Luckily, we got some cool weather that settled in, and so that snowmelt didn't keep melting out, and things kind of settled down until runoff later in the season. But it was a really interesting exercise to go through and to see this indicator of potential flooding, to try and communicate that out, and then to kind of see the streams and the creek's response to that. Couple takeaways. So cold content, again, really helpful. It's only one piece of the picture. Dust on snow can also be a critical tool in communicating similar information. And then there's also, many other factors that go into localized flooding from snowmelt. But it really does provide some good insight into what the runoff timing might be. How quickly is runoff going to come? How intense might that runoff be? And what the potential for localized flooding is. Moving forward, a couple things that we are, and I say we, that the folks at ASO primarily are talking about, is considering, is there a way combining potentially ASO data with WRF hydro data and other models to do some short-term or peak flow forecasts? So when the modeling is showing a warmer snowpack, can that be incorporated to give an indication of what that localized flooding potential might be? And then just a challenge that our organization is working with internally, but also kind of throwing it out to all of the ASO data users and ASO folks, is how can we be communicating this data? In this case, cold content, but ASO data in general to a larger audience. So in this instance, it's emergency management personnel. And I don't have an answer to that, but I have our best attempt. But it's I think an ongoing process. And as we get more ASO surveys, as we learn to use the data better, I think these type of questions will continue to come up. So it's a really exciting aspect of the technology. That is all I have. So I'm happy to take some questions and happy to divert questions to smarter people as well.
Thank you, Scott. Great. I'll just maybe comment on your last question there about the wider audience, and give you some kudos for being really an integrator and facilitator in the Northern Front Range communities, doing exactly that. So that question means even more coming from you. And it's something that we're absolutely keen to continue to engage with you and others on, spreading that message and learning new opportunities and applications. Questions out here for Scott, or online even? Tom has a question.
Scott, thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I love that you're digging into the cold content. I think it's an incredibly important metric for understanding a lot of those questions that have happened through the decades as to, God, it's a warm period. Where the hell's the runoff? Or
Yep.
It's kind of warm, but not that warm, and yet we're seeing a sizable pulse. And it's mainly a comment that I appreciate you leveraging these data and the direction forward. It's not just the snow water equivalent and the snow albedo quantification, but really the snowpack state, and being able to have that finer granularity in understanding of what is going to happen with the runoff, and being able to communicate that. So thanks very much for spearheading that. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this was a really cool year. Being involved in ASO surveys and getting the data and looking at it, it's always been very cool. And I think every time I look at a report and hear another presentation, I learned something new. And this year was the cold content was the piece that really stuck out and opened my eyes to another aspect of the surveys and the modeling processes that just increase our understanding of what is going on with snow and how important it is to keep gathering this data for a wide range of applications. One thing I didn't really mention is I would love to see, more consideration. I know there's a lot of early flood warning systems that are being put in various places along the Front Range. Another thing I forgot to mention, in 2013, there was a massive flood. Many Coloradoans remember it well, and other folks probably nationally remember flooding, and the town of Lyons was kind of an epicenter of that flooding. So there's a high degree of sensitivity to any flooding. Anytime the creek gets to Bankful or just outside of Bankful, residents really start having a little bit of PTSD. And so if we can be communicating clearly what's happening with that flooding, it certainly helps just lower people's nerves, but it helps us manage the water better in general. It helps reservoir operations, all of that type of stuff. So many ways to use ASO data. And this was just another cool one that I learned about this year.
Scott, that's a really great point. I think typically in Colorado, we don't think that there's much in the way of snowmelt driven flooding, typically. This year was an exception, and the cold content issue you raise, as you mentioned, was really a statewide thing this year. That warm snowpack combined with a late melt season after a fairly snowy May led to actually some flooding on a number of rivers in Colorado, purely from snowmelt. So I think, especially in the context that Mike Anderson laid out for us yesterday, in a pretty dynamically changing environment, that I think this is a really important point to be looking into to help use these data and the program to increase our resilience to things that we don't normally expect. So, Mark, you still got a question? You just answered it. Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Scott. Really appreciate you tuning in and for your presentation. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Nathan Elder from Denver Water. Nathan is the manager of raw water supply for Denver Water, and he and his crew have been a great partner with ASO for a number of years now. Welcome, Nathan. Hopefully, we're seeing your slides.
All right. Thanks for having me. So today I'm going to cover some reflections on Denver Water's use of ASO data. We've been using ASO since 2019, starting in one of our basins, and have been expanding out to other basins. So I'm going to talk about our use of the data in our Blue River Basin above Dillon Reservoir, in our Moffett collection system, and then also in our South Platte collection system. But first, I'll give you a quick overview of Denver Water, so hopefully we can get some context and background. So we serve 1.5 million people, and we do that using less than 2% of the water that is generated within the state. And then we have a pretty large collection system that covers 4,000 square miles. Let me my laser pointer here so we can see. So about half of our water supply comes from this upper South Platte collection system in yellow. About 30% comes from our Blue River collection system here in blue, and that includes a trans mountain diversion of the Roberts Tunnel that's connected to Dillon Reservoir. And then the remaining 20% comes from our upper Fraser collection system, which also includes a trans basin diversion in the Moffett Tunnel. So now we're going to talk specifically about the Blue River Basin and Dillon Reservoir. So we've had ASO flights since 2019. We did skip 2020 because of pandemic funding scares, but all the other years here are present. And then this chart, it shows on the vertical axis our actual April through July inflow. And then on the horizontal axis, we've got our first flight of the season from ASO, which has typically been in April. And then you can see the regression relationship with that. So, we found over these years that it's a really good predictor of what we're going to see for our runoff volume, an R squared of 0.999, almost a perfect relationship there. And this really covers the gamut. So 2021, that was a 93% exceedance level year. So, 93% of the years exceed that level of runoff. Average runoff into Dillon is about 166,000 acre feet. And then 2019, that was a 13% exceedance year. So only 13% of our past 100 years have exceeded inflows above that level. So again, it really, covers everything but those very extreme tails, and we found really great regression relationships there. And we've been able to use this data to plan our operations for Dillon Reservoir to have good early warnings when we're gonna have years of concern like 2021. Another interesting thing to point out, in the years 2022 and 2023, we actually had our flights on the same day, and we took the average of the 4 snowtails that are in the Blue River Basin on that day. So in 2022, that was 14.9 inches of SWE, and in 2023, that was 15.2 inches of SWE. So pretty close in the average there, but really interesting that, we saw almost 30,000 more acre feet in 2023 and prior to ASO data, we would have expected runoff to be pretty close based on those numbers. So overall at Dillon, really valuable data for us, really good predictor of what we're going to see for inflow, and helps us adjust our operations based on that. Moving over to our Fraser River Basin, got a little bit of a different situation here. So we don't have any reservoirs. We've got 3 snowtail sites. 2 of them are pretty new within this basin. And our collection system here is basically a series of canals with 30 different diversion points that come off 6 major sub-basins in this. And then within this, we've got one forecast point shown by that star of the Fraser at Winter Park. And down here in this chart, you can see again, we've got a regression relationship with one of those diversion points versus that forecast at the Fraser. And really, we don't have a relationship there, not anything that we can certainly make decisions around. So how that we've had the ASO data the last 2 years. So the way it's helped us is to really fine tune our operations here. What we would do prior to ASO is basically just start going through the collection system and turning on all of these diversions, because we didn't really have an idea of what we would get from any of the individual basins. And then as runoff would ramp up and we had too much water, we'd start going and shutting them off, just based on the ease of access for our source of supply guys that work in the field. And to get to all of these different 30 diversion points, it takes more than 24 hours of work to go in and make changes and shut off all these different diversion points. So then, having the ASO data, what we've done is been able to see the volumes within these sub basins and really fine tune where we start taking water. And in that, we can work with the local community too, and try and meet their needs. This area on Ranch Creek frequently has higher stream flow temperatures because of the aspect of that drainage. We've been able to bypass these areas in the upper Fraser and provide flow all the way down through the main stem of the Fraser. Some of these other diversions come in below Winter Park and have benefits that way, and really talk to the local community of, all right, when we need to do bypasses, where are your preference here? How can we help the fish or help stream temperature, or maybe there's an area that really needs flushing, and that's what we did in 2023 up in this Cabin Meadow system. Flushing flows need to be about 50 CFS, and we reach that level maybe once every 15 years, and we are confident that the rest of the portions of the collection system could provide enough water to fill our Gross and Ralston reservoirs on the east slope. And we didn't open any of those diversions in that year, and we're able to hit those flushing flows and again help river health in that manner. For this past year in 2024, we had a planned complete Moffat Tunnel outage. For everyone involved, it honestly wasn't the best timing, being the second week in June and typical peak runoff. But if you work with contractors, they're really hard to pin down and very expensive, and timing's really important. So we had that 2-week complete Moffat Tunnel outage to do some work on the east slope. And similar to what Scott mentioned, we were able to talk to local officials and let them know, hey, there's still a lot of snowpack. We're not going to be diverting any water, and you're going to see some high flows in the Fraser. And they were a bit unhappy with that, but able to get sandbags out weeks in advance and be prepared. And we did see a higher peak flow on the Fraser than we'd seen in about the past 20 years this year, because again, that timing just unfortunately peak flows hit when we were had that tunnel outage, and a lot of people hadn't seen that much water on the Fraser, but having this data, we were prepared for that to happen. So only 2 years in, and we've had a lot of good experience with that Fraser River ASO data. Now we're going to move on and talk about the South Platte. So South Platte, it's really been a blank slate for us. So we've had 2 years of flights. One of the issues we've run into with the South Platte is it's really hard to calibrate natural flows here. There's a lot of diversions. A lot of those aren't in real time, and you might not get that data until the following December, if you get it at all. So we're learning how to use the data in different ways to help impact our operations and some of the concerns we have. This shows the data from this past April, and one of our issues of concern really is this North Fork basin here. So the rest of the South Platte, you've got a series of reservoirs, but then the North Fork is free flowing, and that flows right down into one of our terminal reservoirs that flows straight to both Denver Waters and Aurora Waters main treatment plants. And the water quality in this basin is much different than the water quality in the rest of the South Platte Basin. And the biggest concern here is alkalinity. So coming out of the main stem of the South Platte, we see alkalinity about 100 milligrams per liter. But coming out of the North Fork, it's as low as 10. So when we have, and the problem with that low alkalinity really slows down our treatment process, and we have to add a lot more chemicals to get the treatment plants to be able to flocculate and properly settle out the contaminants in the water. So having the ASO data this year, and again, we've got one snowtail way up here in the very top of the basin. What we're going to look at using this data for is identifying those years when we know we're going to have a lot of water coming out of the North Fork, and we'll know that in April before it hits in June, and we start seeing the issues in June. So do we need to start ordering more chemicals? Can we move our demands around to different treatment plants during June and use different supplies during that time period so that we treat less at foothills and can help mitigate for those issues? So for me, this is a big, exciting new basin to understand how the the snowpack is distributed here and how that can impact our operations, not only from a quantity side, but from a quality side as well. All right, so just to summarize really quick, we've had great experience with ASO. It's provide us some really good prediction at Dillon Reservoir. We've avoided flooding of the downstream Silverthorne downstream of our Dillon Reservoir in 2019, specifically because of ASO data. It's really allowing us to fine tune our system operations in our Moffett collection system. And then, it's providing us with continued learning opportunity in our South Platte collection system. So with that, I welcome any questions that you might have.
Awesome. Thank you, Nathan. Great overview of a pretty complicated system you're managing there. One quick question on the South Platte, North Fork South Platte. Roberts Tunnel water from Dillon Reservoir comes in further downstream there. Do you actively try to balance those two different sources for alkalinity, or is that constrained by other timings and demands?
No, it's something that we do try to balance. Again, the alkalinity from the Roberts Tunnel is only about 30 milligrams per liter. So sorry, I should say that like 50 milligrams per liter is when we start having issues. So it doesn't really, Roberts Tunnel doesn't necessarily help us. So it's, again, retiming our South Platte deliveries if we can to blend down that high alkalinity coming from the North Fork, or if we know it's the North Fork runoff is going to be so high that we're not going to be able to blend it down where we want, where it's optimal. Can we shift treatment during that peak time, for a week or so to other treatment plants that can run more efficiently?
Cool. Yeah. Good integration of quantity and quality challenges there. Thanks. Kaz, microphone is coming to you.
Oh, this is Kaz from the UCRC. Nathan, first of all, thank you for the presentation. However, I need to point two things. One is one of your conclusions. When you say the prediction was excellent, I think you're making ASO fellows remain complacent. I think there's still room for improvement. So maybe that you need to put it in quotes. And then number two, I'll take you back to your graphs. I mean, I looked at them, they're really nice. That linear relationship, correlationship of about 90% ETC. That's nice, but it also made me uncomfortable because when you start interpreting the physical meaning of what you call the C in your linear regression, it means you're talking about a decaying system. Once you start having negatives, it means decaying. So all I'm just saying here is that you too, you may want to start thinking of looking at other statistical tools that you can use as a metrics for measuring the goodness. But all I know is that these guys are good, but they still need to up their game. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Nathan, Gus Goodbody with the NRCS. Just wanted to follow up on that regression plot and just make sure. So we were looking at near April SWE versus total April-July inflow. There was no compensation for spring precipitation. And then the follow-up there is just how sensitive is the blue in terms of spring precipitation to that system?
We do compensate for spring precipitation in that inflow, and I would say the blue's not super sensitive to that. It's a really snow melt driven system. It's more sensitive to those later season, maybe late July, early August monsoons if those happen.
All right, Nathan, I'm just going to read a question online here from Mark Raleigh. He says, in the Dillon Reservoir example, how is it possible to achieve an R squared of 0.999 between ASO first flight SWE and April to July inflow? Shouldn't future/spring weather add some variability and make the relationship less strong, or are you accounting for that in some way? Thank you.
Yeah, I think again we are accounting for that.
Thank you.
Great. I think that's all the questions I see right now. I'm sure we'll get more during lunch. Thank you so much, Nathan. Appreciate the presentation.
Absolutely. Thanks.
All right. To round out our morning session, pleased to welcome Lily Bosworth and Rachel Musil, talking about one of our newer projects in Utah. Lily is a staff engineer with the Colorado River Authority of Utah, and Rachel is the water supply manager for the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. Pretty excited about just wrapping up year one of this project. So welcome, Lily and Rachel.
Thank you, Jeff. Hopefully you can hear me okay, and thanks for the introduction. Hello from a very smoky Salt Lake City. I'll caveat this presentation saying that it's a teaser. This is year one of a 3-year pilot project. Like Terry mentioned earlier today, we love pilot projects and testing things in the Colorado River Basin. So hopefully we have more to share going forward. So I'll start with some project background and basics. First, just introducing the Colorado River Authority of Utah, because we are a new state agency that was created by the Utah legislature in 2021. We're a small staff of just 7 people, and we have a pretty broad mission to protect, conserve, use, and develop Utah's waters of the Colorado River system. So we do both policy work on the Colorado River for Utah, and then we also do technical work that is aimed to use data to inform policy, like kind of a theme that we've seen throughout this workshop so far. So for us at the authority, we have a 5-year Colorado River management plan with 3 priority areas: measurement, hydrology and operations, and drought mitigation. And really our ASO project fits into all 3 of those priority areas, but we see it as hydrology and operations. So translating measurement through the hydrologic system and informing operations. And then what we're hoping to test with this pilot project is applications for drought mitigation. So I'll pass it to Rachel to introduce Central for a moment.
Thanks, Lily. And I know my screen might say I'm Lily Bosworth, but I'm actually Rachel Musil, Water Supply Manager for Central Utah Water Conservancy District. We are a co-funder and co-sponsor and are working alongside the Colorado River Authority of Utah on this project. And just a little bit about the Central Utah Water Conservancy District. We are the largest water project in the state of Utah. We were founded in 1964 to operate and maintain the Central Utah Project Bonneville unit. And we manage 9 dams and reservoirs, 3 major and 6 minor diversion dams, several miles of tunnels and pipelines, 100 miles of canals, 2 hydroelectric plants, 3 drinking water plants, and 15 high head wells. We serve almost 2 million people every single day and deliver more than 400,000 acre feet annually. And of that 400,000 acre feet, we also deliver other people's water through our system. Next slide, Lily. This is a map of our system. Starting on the Colorado River Basin side, we have our Upper Stillwater Reservoir, and along the slope of the south slope of the Uinta Mountains, we have what's called our Strawberry Aqueduct Collection System. And along that Strawberry Aqueduct Collection System, we have a series of several diversions that are coming off of all of the small tributaries. And it picks up that collection system picks up water and dumps it into our 1.1 million acre-foot Strawberry Reservoir. Downstream of that collection system, we also have Starvation Reservoir, which we actually operate primarily for Strawberry Reservoir, but we do still have some small deliveries out of Starvation Reservoir for agricultural users as well as M&I users, where we have a water treatment plant just off that reservoir. But the biggest chunk of that reservoir's water supply is to release water for an exchange of the water that is coming through the Strawberry Aqueduct collection system. So we're the most junior in Utah on this river system. And so when we're taking water that's available through spring runoff, we actually have to release water out of Starvation to make up for what we're sending to Strawberry Reservoir. And so that reservoir was probably one of the most key components of our project in order for us to provide storage water in Strawberry Reservoir for delivery to the Wasatch Front in Utah. And so Strawberry Reservoir itself actually serves many people along the Wasatch Front. It can deliver water through pipelines all the way up to the Great Salt Lake. In addition to that, it have environmental purposes where it releases water down to Utah Lake. And then via exchange, we also operate Jordanelle Reservoir on the Provo River. And via exchange, we release water out of Strawberry to Utah Lake so that we could store water up in Jordanelle Reservoir. And so Jordanelle actually holds some Colorado River water through exchange purposes. And that's just kind of a quick overview of just the overall system. And we'll get a little bit more into some of the operational purposes of being able to utilize ASO later on. Next slide, Lily.
Thank you, Rachel. So along with the authority and Central, I want to just pause and acknowledge the large number of supporters for this project. So Utah Division of Water Resources is a co-funder, and then a big part of our budget is funded by a Water Smart grant from Bureau of Reclamation. We've received support from several entities. I want to shout out NRCS and our partners with the Utah Snow Survey. They have helped with some on-the-ground measurements, which are really useful for, getting ASO data for the first time in Utah. So now starting to just talk about what our project is with ASO. All of you are familiar with ASO's process, the data collection, and then the snowpack modeling and the forecast modeling. What we are trying to add on in this project is a comparison with CBRFC and SNOTEL data in Utah, given that we have 2 new mountain ranges in this project, and then applying the ASO data to operations of that SACS or Strawberry Aqueduct collection system that Rachel just described. And then also seeing if we can apply the data to drought mitigation planning through the UCRAF model. And Rachel will dig into where we are with each of those. So, I think along with the basic, how does ASO look in Utah question, we're asking, can ASO support reservoir operations in this complex system, and can it support drought mitigation within the context of the Colorado River Basin? So we have 5 project objectives. The first is optimized flood control and operations of federal facilities. The second is short and long-term water management decisions, which is pretty broad and applies to many of the other objectives. The third, my computer will advance, there we go, is environmental protection. The fourth is drought mitigation and resilience. And then the fifth is disseminating results to other watersheds throughout the state. So taking this pilot scale project in Utah and talking to our other state agency partners about where ASO might be relevant for them. So this is a map of our project area. You can see the green areas that are part of that SACS system flow into the Colorado River ultimately. And then the pink area flows into Jordanelle Reservoir, which is part of the Utah Lake and the broader Great Salt Lake system. So we have 2, really critical watersheds that this project gets to cover, headwaters of both. And in terms of timeline, you can see there's an orange star here that shows where we are. So We've worked through the grant application process, and then we have managed our snow-free flight and 3 snow-on flights in our first year. And we plan 2 more years with 3 flights. So starting to look at early outcomes and applications, I want to just talk briefly about our first year of measurement. So our project in terms of measurement looks like most ASO projects. This just gives you a sense of where the map is relative to Salt Lake City and some lovely visuals from the air and from the ground. And for this first year, we felt pretty good about our flight timing. We sort of straddled peak snow water equivalent and had a nice mid-runoff flight in mid-May. And what we got from those flights was the beautiful visual of ASO that we all love. You can see this is looking from the south up to the north, seeing Strawberry Reservoir, Current Creek Reservoir sort of in the center of the image, Jordanelle off in the distance. And just also providing a little overview of the data set. So some highlights that I found interesting from our first year was that ASO tried to model the snowpack on Strawberry Reservoir. It's a pretty large reservoir. It freezes over and does accumulate snow. And I believe they estimated about 15,000 acre-feet of snowpack just on Strawberry Reservoir during the first flight, which I thought was really fascinating. And then we're working on sort of the basic elements of ASO model refinement in this first year for 2 new mountain ranges, and then preparing to integrate the data into the operations model SEX and then the UCraft planning model. So with that sort of preview of what our project has so far in terms of data, I'll pass it to Rachel to talk about applications.
All right, thanks, Lily. So one of the first things that we needed to do in the beginning of this project was to identify the subbasins that were required. And we had been working on a new forecast model for the Strawberry Aqueduct collection system and starvation system at Central for the last couple of years. So it was a very brand new, kind of fresh forecasting model that we've been using within Riverware. And when we started that Riverware project, we actually were trying to get hydrologic inflows at all of our points of diversion in order to run that model. And so the ASO product was able to allow us to identify all of the subbasins along our Strawberry Aqueduct collection system. Next slide. Whereas before, with the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center forecast that we were taking in, we only were able to get major forecasts at the bigger, larger diversion locations. Next slide. But by allowing us to be able to grab and subpar out all of those subbasins, we were able to, this is allowing us to be able to bring in a hydrologic forecast for all of our different diversion points. And this allows us to capture the relevant inflows into that. However, I mean, this is our first year operating this ASO project. The Riverware model that we've been using was coded up only for the CBRC forecast. And we were sitting in kind of a unique situation where Strawberry Reservoir had been sitting higher than it really ever had been pre-spring runoff. And this was an operational decision that we had made where we were testing out the abilities of our new forecast model, where we wanted to make sure that we could utilize that forecast model to operate and look at different mitigation strategies if we had a significant increase in our forecasts. And so because we were actively moving and manipulating different policy structures within our model, we didn't have the ability to incorporate the ASO forecast into our model this year, but we plan on doing it in subsequent years. Next slide. As an example of what we were able to do with the ASO information is we were able to take an analog year. So here's an example of all of the CBRC forecasts that we have going into Strawberry Reservoir. And this is a May 5th model run. where we were trying to look at different mitigation strategies for Strawberry Reservoir. And you'll see up at the top that I have a forecast of no action. So this was a no action forecast where we didn't implement any mitigation strategies just to see what would happen. But we're able to, and next slide, Lily, kind of utilize all these different hydrology sets to be able to see what's going to happen with Strawberry Reservoir. And there's kind of a key dashed line there where if we had crossed over that dashed line, we had hit into our surcharge of Strawberry Reservoir, which is really supposed to be our emergency because there's no spillway built on this reservoir. Next slide. So this is just another shot of just kind of the potential actions of what could happen within Strawberry Reservoir and some of the forecast outcomes just of using the CVRC forecast. However, next slide. What we were able to do is we were able to take an analog year to match the ASO forecast and utilize that this year as we were trying to compare the CVRC forecast with the ASO forecasts. Next slide. And then we could see what that analog year does to that single trace and what kind of operational decisions that we would have to make in order to alleviate any kind of flooding concerns or any issues around our reservoir. And next slide. So as we move forward with the ASO data and move into the next year, one of our key things that we've been doing with this next year with our forecast model has actually been to extend it out to next year in June 31st of next year, so that we can make operational decisions now as we go into the fall, because of the actions that we were able to do and some of the operational fine-tuning and mitigation strategies that we operated on Strawberry Reservoir this year, because of our ability to better forecast, we actually filled this 1.1 million acre-foot reservoir for the third time since it was built, or since first fill, essentially, which was back in the 1980s. And so this was it proved to us that if we hadn't kept the reservoir high and done some of the mitigation strategies, we probably would not have filled Strawberry Reservoir this year. However, going into next year, we don't know what the hydrology is going to be next year, and we're sitting at a very high Strawberry Reservoir. And so we're still trying to predict, what are we going to do? Are we going to implement some of the same mitigation strategies that we implemented last year? And that's where the ASO hydrology can be really beneficial, as we are able to pull that information in, where we wouldn't typically have some good snowpack information on Wolf Creek or Twin Creek or some of those smaller tributaries that we have along our system. We can be able to incorporate that forecast in and see how that changes. And next slide. So to touch again a little bit more on some additional applications that we're going to be using this for in Utah, the Colorado River Authority of Utah has been putting together what's called Utah Colorado River, the UCRAF application. So it's an accounting and forecasting tool that is meant for planning purposes when it comes to demand management or any kind of drought mitigation scenarios. And so what this tool is going to be able to do is it's going to take some of those ASO forecasts and it's going to be able to evaluate the annual hydrology for the year, so that we can be able to analyze what that forecast would do for some of those mitigation strategies. So if we line canals, fallow fields, or change irrigation methods with this new forecast, what's the changes that we're going to see in the river or in the overall system, and be able to see what those basin outflows and water right impacts would be. And just as another highlight of how great this project has been, there are entities in the Great Salt Lake Basin that are interested in moving forward with another ASO application within Utah on the Weaver River Basin. And so that's been a major highlight of this program or this project, is that other people are seeing what we're doing on the Colorado River Basin side and wanting to implement them in other locations in Utah. And thank you. Thank you guys for the opportunity.
Fantastic. Thank you, Lily and Rachel. Any questions in the audience here or online? Tom?
Thank you both for that. I was just thinking about, does it make sense for us to put together an ASO module for Riverware, an explicit structure there that would help you and others in reducing the barrier?
That's a good question. I think one of the things that one of the issues that we're running into in terms of pulling in the ASO data is that we had built the model around 3 or 4 CDRC forecasts instead of all of the multiple forecasts. And so it actually requires some retooling of the model itself.
So maybe we can look into some helping with that deployment. So yeah, good call. Okay, I think everyone's ready for lunch on this end. I want to thank you both for a great overview. As I mentioned, we're pretty excited about this project. And kind of as Nathan highlighted in some of Denver Water's operations, really interesting to see applications for these complex trans-mountain management systems and looking for new ways to optimize things. So thank you both for your presentation and for digging in on this new project.
Thank you.
And thanks to all of our presenters this morning and for accommodating our slight schedule slippage. In that light, I think we'll let lunch slip a little bit and aim to be back around 1:10. So whatever that is, an hour and 25 minutes or something, 20 minutes. So thank you all for a great morning, and we will see you after lunch. Everybody had a good lunch? No like heavy pasta dishes or anything? Expect attention. Awesome. So we're going to kick off our second session of the day, focusing again mostly on Colorado program stuff. And appropriately to kick that off, we've got Erik Skeie, or as we like to refer to him, Erik Skeie, for obvious reasons. Erik is a special projects coordinator, the special projects coordinator for the Colorado Water Conservation Board. So he's our ace in the hole at the state, is what I like to say. Anyways, Erik's been a great partner over the years, helping us build the Colorado program. And I think is a good way to kick off our second session here with a kind of bigger picture view. So thanks for being here, Erik.
Awesome. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for having me. It's super great to be here actually in person this year. I've just been a little window for the last few years, so it's great to actually be here. Thank you all for having me. I'm going to break up our talks about operations in Colorado today to explain to you all how the hell we've been funding all of this. So when Molly sent the email out asking for the titles of our presentations, I'm sure you can guess what movie I was watching when she asked for that. Because I present to you all today, Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement, The Search for More Money. Now, before I talk about the funding, I do want to give you all an idea of what CASM actually is. So it is absolutely a stakeholder-driven process, right? If you take a look at, where did my planning team slide go? It's hidden. That's interesting. How do I unhide that? There it is. All right. So if we take a look at our planning team here, you'll notice first and foremost that the only folks on that planning team list that are not stakeholders, myself, CWCB, and ASO staff. Everybody else who makes a lot of the decisions regarding this Colorado-wide program are the actual practitioners, the actual folks using that data, and that is incredibly important. We also have a stakeholder work group, and now that is over 100 people across the state. Now, we have a smaller planning team, of course, but this larger group is really the ones giving us the feedback of what's going to help them moving forward, how this information is useful to them, all that good stuff. We also have a flight coordination committee, and that committee only meets during the actual season itself. And we do have weekly meetings to try and coordinate when things are actually going to happen. A question was asked earlier of where a basin state like Colorado takes its inspiration. We ripped this off from California, okay? The structure was absolutely copy pasted from California's program. So that was our inspiration. Let's talk about the actual money. So last year, the 2024 program, we had a $3.4 million program, which isn't a lot. I heard that California yesterday was talking more than 9 million, but for us, that is huge because when we started working with ASO back in the days when they were still part of NASA, we kind of had $350K to throw there, a little bit of money to throw another year, all that good stuff. So to have this larger program and to be able to work in these larger budgets has been incredible. We were able to get 16 snow on flights, 2 snow free flights, and we had 31 funding partners. That is an insane amount of people to try and coordinate, get all that funding put together and try and get all of these basins flown. The blue ones are of course, are the ones that we had the snow on data for. These kind of tan looking ones are the snow free data. That red one, North Fork of the Gunnison there, we still haven't got the snow free there, but we do have the funding available for it. And I'm pretty sure it's happening in the next couple, is it happening today? Soon is when it's happening. So that's what our 2024 looked like. But throughout the entire CASM program, right, from 2021 to 2024, we've dedicated $7.7 million to the program. And again, for us in Colorado, that is a huge amount. And it's coming from all of these different places, all these different programs. So the projects bill over on the left of that table, that is my agency, Colorado Water Conservation Board. That is a direct investment from my board of directors saying, we think this is great data. We need to put some money forward to it. The water plan grants, that's also controlled by my agency. However, it requires folks like Northern Water to come forward and say, hey, we have a project idea and apply for the money, get that money. Same with WSRF. The acronym is not important because you're not going to hear about it anywhere else in Colorado, but that is another grant pool. Our local investment, $1.8 million throughout this program, just from local investments alone. They are matching DNR's investment, which is incredible. We have a federal investment. Now, I put the asterisk there because that is from the 2023 Notice of Funding Opportunity from Bureau of Reclamation. We're still waiting to hear back on this year, so knock on wood on that. But that went to Northern Water, and Emily's going to be talking about that in a little bit. And Kaz brought up the investment from the Upper Colorado River Commission earlier this morning. That was brand new as of this year, so really great just bolster to the program, getting all of this funding put together. So that was last year and the previous years. How are we going to keep this level moving forward? Well, there's always merchandising. I think that CASM, the flamethrower, could really be a great funding opportunity to keep this program going. However, we're still stuck in this year-to-year piecemeal kind of approach, unfortunately. So my board is investing another $2 million coming up this winter. The Bureau of Reclamation's notice of funding opportunity. We had $6 million in requests from Colorado stakeholders alone. So sorry, Reclamation, we blew your $4 million ceiling a little overboard, but every project that gets funded by that is one more that we don't have to piecemeal for a couple of years because it's all these moving pieces, right? Now, UCRC, I put up to $800,000 question mark because that's what was originally in the line item. But as you heard this morning, they're working on a multi-year funding agreement, which is incredible, trying to get us away from this piecemeal year-to-year shenanigan. And I'm not entirely sure what that number is going to end up being. Those negotiations are still taking place. Something brand new for us is interstate partnerships. So even though right now this is just a part of the Reclamation Notice of Funding Opportunity, Middle Rio Grande Water Conservancy District, part of New Mexico, has partnered with my agency to do an application for the Notice of Funding Opportunity. So really cool that we're starting to bring in these interstate relationships to try and fund these projects up in Colorado because we are the Headwaters state. What happens up with us definitely impacts all the downstream. So having that recognition is incredible, and we hope to continue to foster those relationships and even build more as we move forward. But again, this is year to year and piecemeal. If some of these funds fall through, even the local investments, that could really jam up a lot of the programs. And some of these basins may not end up being able to be funded from year to year. But over the last couple of months, we have in Colorado kind of a unique thing. We have these basin roundtables. So these are groups of local water managers, stakeholders, water users, all that good stuff. And they represent all of their regions throughout the state of Colorado. They talk about the water issues, how they're going to solve them, make recommendations to my board, make funding recommendations. They are an important piece of the Colorado water puzzle. And they have been talking about the importance of ASO and how to create a more sustainable funding source moving forward. So those conversations are really going to come to a head next month, actually, October 2nd. They're all going to come together in little, I think it's Crested Butte, Colorado, and they're going to have the chance to talk amongst themselves and figure out if they want to come up with a larger recommendation or something to put forward and say, hey, we need to find a more sustainable funding source because this year-to-year piecemeal, this data is too important to just continue down that path. And we agree with that. My board is continuing to invest, but we're still trying to figure out how to take that next step into more sustainable funding. So just to wrap up, we continue to comb the desert and try and figure out where the hell we can find these funds. I'm really encouraged by the fact that UCRC is going to have the multi-year funding moving forward. I'm really encouraged by the Basin roundtables coming together and talking about how they're going to fund these activities going forward. There's a lot of great stuff, but we're still not beyond that hump of just the year to year trying to figure things out. That is our biggest challenge, and I really hope that next year I'm going to have some updates for you of, hey, we were able to figure that out. But for right now, we're still figuring it out. We're still combing that desert. And as things progress, please go to coloradosnow.org. We have all of our information up there, all the data, all the reports, all the meeting minutes, everything that you could possibly want for the Colorado ASO program, or just shoot me an email. So with that, I'm all done. Thank you so much for having me today.
Awesome. Thank you, Erik. Questions for Erik? Stunned silence. No, I have a question for you. Well, I mean, maybe it's more of a comment you can respond to. I think somehow, even despite your enthusiasm, you managed to undersell, I think, the importance of the kind of the community effort that is represented by CASM. The planning team has been huge, but the participation in our regular meetings with the broader stakeholder group of over 100 folks has really helped shape the program to where it is now, and represents an important feedback to how we grow it going forward, not just from the funding aspect, but all of the details of flight timing and forecast products, et cetera. You've kind of witnessed a transition from maybe a research-oriented effort that was started by Joe Busto. Tip the cap, we miss you, Joe. Quite a few years ago, to a more full-fledged program that, despite funding challenges, has a much more operational feel to it now. Have you noticed any particular kind of pinch points in that process, or thresholds where we really felt like we took a step forward there?
The huge step forward goes out to Lorna Cates of Denver Water. She was the onus of the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program. So we have this annual conference called Colorado Water Congress. That's where all of the people from these roundtables and all of the people from state agencies and everything come together, and we talk about water for a solid week. Lorna was leading conversations in the hallway of this conference, talking about ASO and how this could become a statewide program. They applied for a grant to do a feasibility study on a statewide program. And lo and behold, the very next year, Northern Water applied for a water plan grant to do a pilot, we love our pilots, of that statewide program. So that was really the big pivotal point, was a local stakeholder, someone who had seen this data implemented before, coming forward and saying, hey, what if we did this statewide? What could happen then? You and I were having conversations on the phone of how we could push it statewide. And then we found out, oh, Denver Water is going to do it. And it's so much stronger to have a stakeholder that's using the data come forward and make that recommendation and make that leap than it is for someone like me to go forward to the leadership and saying, hey, I think this is a really cool idea. They're like, okay, well, who's using it? Denver Water steps up, does that same thing. Then it becomes an actual thing. The stakeholders who would be using the data are the ones pushing the effort forward. That was really the big pivot for us, I think.
Concur, thanks. Any other thoughts? Oh, Kaz. The microphone is coming your way.
So Erik, first of all, congratulations for setting the fire, the ASO fire in that part of the world. And also for recognizing that we are going to be a big player from this moment forward. So thank you for that. So my question to you, you don't even have to answer it, is how and why did you select the watersheds that you asked ASO to conduct their magic? And before you answer, I'll just tell you what I'll be doing in future, but you'll give us your answer. UCRC's target is going to be more specific. We just want to look at what we call the swing state watersheds. That way we believe whatever funding we have, it is still going to really have a big and positive impact immediately. So back to you.
That is a very good question. I'm going to bring up my map here real quick. The how and why of us selecting these blue basins here. Well, so Shanahan and I were talking about value of information. That is the key piece of all of this. Are the stakeholders going to find it value? Remember, I was talking about this process being stakeholder driven. So this really all started Conejos and Upper Rio Grande. And I am getting some feedback, but that's okay. Those folks were really the first folks that really needed additional data. We did a spaghetti at the wall kind of approach. We threw radar at them, we threw ASO at them, we threw wharf hydro at them all at once. And they found that they could use that. And that information was in fact valuable to their operations. Craig Cotten will probably be talking about that later this afternoon. From there, it became an expanding process. We would reach out to different stakeholders. Next up, CWCB was reaching out to the Southwest basins, to the Dolores, the Lemon and Vallecito basins. Do you think this data would be useful to you? That is the question that I start with. Whenever we're talking about expanding, do you think this information will be useful to you? The answer is absolutely. Then we'll help them out. And that has been the process thus far. And that's because we're dealing with that smaller budget. I want to make sure the stakeholders are going to use the data that we help to provide, because we're stewards of state funds. And if a stakeholder is not going to be using that data, that is not a very responsible use of state funds. So we had at one point been talking about the Grand Mesa, but we didn't have any water users or stakeholders there that were expressing interest that they wanted that kind of information. So we're not flying there yet. There really has to be that stakeholder drive and that stakeholder need for the information for the next step. So that partially answers your question.
I'll chime in on that a little bit as well. And you mentioned this as part of your presentation, is that the local funding is a part of expressing that interest, but also contributing to the total funding for each basin. So some of that we'll hear from the Upper Gunnison district here in a little bit. Has that the program there, especially in the Taylor River, has been sort of an extension of the forecast improvement project that started in the Rio Grande. And really just a confluence of different resources coming together. So it really is not just stakeholder led from the idea, but actually putting the components of the projects together.
I just wanted to follow up on what you were just saying. For the stakeholders that say that they don't think they have use for it, I'm curious what their perspective is and their reasoning.
That is a good question. And that I actually can't give you the answer to.
That's all good. Yep.
Hello. I'll comment a little bit on that. Because the history that Jeff just mentioned, we've kind of gone through a lot of that. It does seem, and I think the California situation bears it out, that the entities that have a big lever to operate and there are consequences for not operating that lever properly are more likely, or have at least stepped forward sooner than a lot of the entities that don't have a big lever to operate, that are from more free running systems of sorts. There's certainly exceptions to that. And you mentioned the Rio Grande. There are some small reservoirs there, but it's not big storage capacity. But there's a big interstate compact, which put the hammer down as to why that's so important. So I think it raises the question, which I don't have the answer for. I don't think you have I don't think any of us have the answer for, which is if you don't have a big reservoir to operate, which has a very direct impact, cost structure, consequences for that, you've got these more free running systems. How do you marshal the interest in doing these kinds of operations to create better forecasts? One could say because you don't have a reservoir, the users are actually more vulnerable in so many ways. It's just the impact is diffuse, right? It doesn't necessarily land on one Nathan Combs or one person who has to operate that lever. It's spread out to every headgate along the network. And then everybody's like, well, they're not coming up with tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars at the headgate level. So there is that sort of how do you go build the ragtag federation, the rebellion that's going to step up and fight the empire of uncertainty and all of that, just to continue your Spaceballs. But I think that is kind of the Colorado story. And I think it's kind of a lot of the upper Colorado story in general, which is the entities that really have they're operating hard infrastructure. They've come forward a lot sooner.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you, Erik.
Thank
Much
you.
appreciated. Next, super pleased to welcome Emily Carbone. Emily is a water resources specialist with the Northern Water Conservancy District in Northern Colorado. Emily's also been part of the CASM leadership group since its inception, and Northern in general has really been quite a leader in not only putting the data to work for their own operations, but in helping rally the community writ large to not just expand the use of ASO, but answer a lot of those questions that were just posed, like how do different entities put these data to work. Pleased to welcome Emily in person, yet another of the Colorado contingent here. So,
thanks, Jeff. Yeah, thanks, Jeff, and thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here in person instead of online like Erik. Unlike Erik, I don't have any movie references, so sorry about that. But yeah, I'm Emily Carbone. I'm at Northern Water, and I primarily focus on streamflow forecasting and the data that goes into that, especially snow data. Oh, and I'm going to be talking about the first year of our Reclamation SNOFO project and how we use ASO data, or how we've used it so far. So I'm going to talk about we'll give an overview about Northern and talk about our SNOFO project, talk about the impact on some of our operations and decision points, and then just end with some comparisons between some of the years of ASO data that we've had. So Northern Water is also called the Northern Colorado Water Conservancy District. We co-operate the Colorado Big Thompson, or CBT project, with the Bureau of Reclamation. And so we provide water we deliver water from the Colorado River, from the headwaters over here. Can you see it? Yeah. From the headwaters across the Continental Divide through the Adams Tunnel to the northern Front Range of Colorado. So from north of Fort Collins down to south of Boulder, and then east of Greeley. And then farther down the South Platte benefits from the return flows of those deliveries. And so we've got several reservoirs on the western slope in the headwaters of Colorado. Our biggest is Lake Granby. And then we've got several reservoirs on the east slope in the Front Range as well, for once we've brought the water over from the west slope. And so I'm primarily going to be focusing on the west slope because that's where we've had the majority of our ASO flights so far. So far at Northern, we've gotten ASO flights in our west slope basins. In 2022, we had 2 flights And then also in 2023, we had 2 flights. And so our basins are the Willow Creek watershed and the Granby inflows, and then also the Fraser Basin. So that's sometimes called the Windy Gap area. It's the Colorado headwaters above Windy Gap. And so last year we were awarded funding from the Reclamation SNOFO grant for 2024 through 2026 for 3 flights a year instead of 2, which is great. And so we've got that funding secured for 3 years, which is also great to have, to not need to continue applying every single year. And we're also kind of seeing this as a bit of a pilot project, as others today have discussed. And so this year in 2024, our first year of this project, we had 3 flights. One was March 21st and 22nd. So that first flight is really to get the early season snow conditions, but also to inform some of our early April operations. So we set our quota, our board sets our quota, which is the amount of water that is allocated to each of our water users at their April board meeting. And that is usually too early for our April flights to be able to inform that, because we want the April flight to incorporate to be as close to peak SWE as possible. So that's why that early flight is valuable to us. And so that's part of why those 3 flights a year are really helpful for us, is to inform those early operations like the quota setting. Our second flight was April 14th. Again, for that one, we try to get close to the peak SWE. This year, the peak was later than usual, so we didn't quite get it, but I'll show you that later on. And then we have a third flight for later in the season when a bunch of our snow tails have melted out, and to inform our later season operations. And then in addition to the flights, we also have been working on integrating the ASO data into our operational forecasts and looking at different forecasts that are available that have the ASO data integrated into them. And so like many of you, we use the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center forecast, and we also look at their experimental forecasts that incorporate the ASO data. And then we also look at the Wharf Hydro forecasts that have the ASO data assimilated. And we also have our own internal forecasting models. We have statistical models and physical models. The statistical ones will take a little bit more time to incorporate the ASO data, and we're working on ways to do that. But we have started incorporating the ASO data into our physical models as well. So we look at several different both internal results of our models and external agencies' forecasts with and without ASO, and kind of determine where we want to go with the forecasts. In each month, we provide a monthly official forecast for the April through July period, starting in about February. And then this is just some examples of some results from this year. I didn't include anywhere near all of the things that we look at on here. It's just some of them to give you an idea of our decision points and some of the data that we use. And so this is showing the volume in 1,000 acre feet of both snow data and of streamflow forecasts. So there's snow data and forecasts combined on the same graph here. But the purple and gray lines here are SNODAS and snow model, which are other aerial snow data sets. And they are continuous, but not as accurate as ASO, but they use satellite data and models. And so I just included them to show sort of what the snow time series sort of looked like this year. And you can see we had a bit of a peak in early April, but then like I was saying, later in the season, we had some cooler temperatures and some storms. So we had a peak in late or early May, which is a bit unusual. It's usually in around mid to late April in this basin. And this is the Granby Basin, Granby inflow basin specifically, not for the whole Windy Gap area. So that is kind of what the snow curve looked like this year. And then we had our ASO flights. We had this one in March, and then we had this one in April here where we were targeting peak sweep, but because of that late season peak, it wasn't quite there, but it was still helpful. And then we had this one at the end of May. And then the yellow triangles just show the ASO data, the amount of snow in the ASO plus the flow that we had to date. So starting April 1st and ending on the day that we had the ASO flight, just to give an idea of the whole picture of the season. And then WRF hydro is shown in the orange circles. It went up a little bit at the end due to some of the things that Dave was talking about on Monday, with some issues with the data assimilation and some of the stream flows being kind of double accounted for with how the data assimilation was happening, but he knows more about that. But that's something that they're working on that should be improved next year. And then we have on here also, I put the CBRC experiment, or the CBRC model guidance is that blue line, and then the dark blue circles are their experimental forecasts using the ASO data. Those were generally a bit high this year. And I think some of that is due to calibration, because they haven't been calibrated to use the ASO data. So that's just a look at some of the things that we use when we're looking at the forecast. And then I wanted to talk about some of our decision points. So the first is the Spring Symposium, and that's April 2nd. And so the Spring Symposium is where it's our water users meeting basically in early April. And at that meeting, we present the snow and forecast data to our water users, and we give them an idea of where we might go with the CBT quota, which is that amount that our board allocates to the water users. The quota is set at the April board meeting, which was April 11th this year. But we discuss what goes into it at the Spring Symposium and present the data that we can at the symposium, and also get feedback from our water users at that symposium. So it's important to have good data for that, so we can have this discussion with our water users. But because it's so early, we weren't able to incorporate, and we often aren't able to incorporate, the official April 1st snow and forecast numbers. So it was really valuable to have that ASO flight earlier this year, and the WRF hydro forecast as well, to have another piece of data to kind of make sure we were going in the right direction with what we were presenting. So at that Spring Symposium, this is kind of some of what we showed, some of the graphs we showed. We showed the March 1st numbers, and then we just added a little bit in those green bars to the top using the data that was available. And so we came up with preliminary forecasts. So an estimate of where we thought we might go with the April 1st forecast, but we weren't sure yet because we were missing the data. And then actually, when we got the WRF hydro forecast, they were very close to what we had for our Granby and Willow Creek preliminary forecasts. So that really gave us some confidence in what we were presenting to our water users. And then the next one is the April board meeting, which is where we set that CBT quota. And again, we were able to incorporate that ASO data into our April 1st forecast for that board meeting, and to help guide our board, or give our board some information about what the conditions were like. So I already kind of told you about this, setting the annual CBT quota, but it's basically our board allocates water to our water users, and that's done at the April board meeting. It's an important time for our agricultural users to be able to plan their planting operations, and for municipal users to be able to plan how much water they're going to need from different sources and things like that. And also for renting water to agriculture. So that's why that quota is set in April. And there are several different things that we consider in setting the quota, both on the west slope, which is the supply side, the Colorado River, and on the east slope, which is our demand side, the northern Front Range that gets the water. And so on the west slope, we look at the streamflow forecasts and then our total project storage. And so that's where that streamflow forecast is where our west slope ASO data comes in. But then since the CBT project it's actually a supplemental supply. So we base the quota, our board bases the quota partially on the demand conditions as well as the supply conditions. So we also look at the east slope conditions, the local storage, the water year precipitation, and then east slope streamflow forecasts as well. So we are interested in ASO on the east slope as well. But I'm mostly focusing on the west slope right now because that's where we've had the most data. But yeah, that west slope ASO data really helps to inform that upper Colorado streamflow forecast. And then the last decision point that I wanted to talk about was our preemptive release discussion in early June. And that was Lake Granby is our largest storage reservoir in the Colorado Big Thompson project. And it's actually the second largest water body in the state. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true, but it's one of the bigger water bodies in the state. So the CBT project isn't a flood control project, and there isn't a flood pool in Lake Granby, but there are some structures downstream that can be flooded if we don't make enough preemptive releases. But on the other hand, if we preemptively release too much, then we have a hit to our yield. So we really need good forecasts and good snow data to inform those operations and make sure we can balance that, preventing flooding and also filling our system. So this year, because 2023 was a wet year and 2024 was also a pretty good year for our project as well. In early June, we were starting to make preemptive releases because it was looking like our system was going to spill. It was just a matter of how much and trying to avoid flooding. So we were starting to make preemptive releases out of Granby, and then Northern and Reclamation were deciding how much water to release. And so the ASO data was really helpful in these discussions because we had that flight May 30th, and we had that ASO data showed us that there was more snow at higher elevations than we realized. And when we incorporated that ASO data into our forecast models, it showed that there would likely be larger flows than we thought from the June 1st forecast. So that was really helpful in helping us to decide where to put those, or how high to go with those preemptive releases. And then lastly, I just wanted to go quickly through some of the differences that we've seen between the 3 years of ASO data that we've had in the Granby Basin and in the Windy Gap area. And so first, I just wanted to look at the SWE distribution between the 3 years. This is looking at the April flights on, and the April flights on the left side and the May flights on the right side. So for 2022, it's the blue bars, 23 is the orange, and then 24 is the magenta. And so you can see in the April flights, 22 was the lowest, had the smallest amount of snow at all of the elevation bands. 23 had the highest amount, except in that very highest elevation band where it looked like 24 had slightly more. And then in May, for the May flight, there was 2024 actually had the highest amount in all of the elevation bands, which is consistent with what we saw with that later peak in May. But it was just interesting to see in this form in the elevation bands. And then looking at these are just change maps. I don't have scales on here because it's a little bit different for the different maps, but I just wanted to show you basically where it was higher or which year it was higher. So for both of these are April flights. And if it's blue, it was higher in 24. And if it's red, it was higher in the other year, either 22 or 23. So it was interesting to look at that comparison. So when we're looking at the April 22 flight, that was there was generally less snow in most of the areas, except for some of this northern area here. But then for the 23 flight, there was more snow in the Willow Creek and Upper Colorado basins generally, but in the Fraser Basin, there was more snow in the 24 flight. It was a big year, a big snow year for the Fraser, and 2024 was. And then lastly, this is looking at the May flights, and it's not really surprised, but we saw that there was more snow in most of the areas in 2024 than in 2022 and 2023 because of those later season cooler temperatures and more accumulation than average. And I think that's all I have, but I'm happy to take any questions. We're, kind of early on in figuring out, looking into this data. It definitely was helpful this year, and we're exploring more and more ways to incorporate it into our forecasting processes and operational processes, and more analysis to look into, because there's kind of endless analysis you can do with this data. But that's a little bit of what I've found so far. Thanks, and feel free to reach out to me, my email, or I'll be here today and tomorrow. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you, Emily.
Sure.
Questions? Kaz.
Yeah, I was impressed when you were showing us, the different diagnostics that you did. That particular graph where you're talking about Grammy, and you realized you were probably off because of double counting. If you don't mind, could you go back to it and just tell us how you were really able to see that? Because I think that's really cool.
Which one was that? Which slide?
Yes, please.
Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, just explain it slowly because I think it's really cool.
And there's a lot more data that we look at, but this is just a few of the things that we look at that I thought would be helpful to show. Sorry, did you have a question related to this? Right. Yeah.
You did allude to the fact that you were able to determine that there was a little bit of a double counting when you are doing this stuff.
Oh, in the WRF hydro forecasts, I think Dave might be better to explain that, because he discussed that on Monday, and I don't know the specifics of exactly what happened with that, but I know it was an issue with several basins where later in the season the forecasts were higher. But yeah, maybe can talk to Dave about that. Yeah.
I've got a question for you. So lurking in the northern part of your basin there is a pretty enormous wildfire from 2021.
Yeah.
You could actually see some of the impacts from it in your difference maps.
Yeah.
How are you guys treating that from a management perspective? Is it a big source of uncertainty for you, or how much snow is there, and if it's changed the melt dynamics, and what are you looking to help bracket or deal with the fire impacts?
Yeah, it's complicated. Yeah, in the Willow Creek basin specifically, the majority of the watershed was burned. And yeah, in this May one, you can see that the majority of the basin melted out. And you have some better graphs to show, or maps to show that. But yeah, it's been a struggle since the East Troublesome fire. especially in the Willow Creek Basin. Since the majority of that basin was burned, it really has changed the dynamics, and it's not the same every year. Like the first year after the fire, we incorporated some sort of multipliers into our statistical forecast to try to based on like the burn severity, the percent burn severity in different parts of the watershed. And we definitely overestimated that year the impact that the fire would have. But then the 2 years following that, we definitely underestimated, and there are huge impacts in those second and third years after the fire. And I think that was mostly because of rain events and rain on snow events. They had a bigger, the fire impacts were kind of more dramatic in those years with more rain. And then this year, I think we did a little bit better because there wasn't quite as much in the way of extremes. So yeah, it's been complicated figuring out how to forecast in that basin after the fire, and getting the ASO data and all, whatever data we can get to help to kind of constrain that is helpful, but that's definitely something that we're still working on, the best way to improve our forecasts and adapt to that. We've made some kind of some changes to our models, and we're still kind of fine tuning them. And I think we're getting better at it, but it's definitely taking time.
Cool. Yes.
Great presentation, Emily. Thanks. On the Willow Creek fire, first of all, wow, it's too bad we didn't get an ASO flight prior to that burn, of course. I'm wondering, talk to Jeff and Tom later about this, but as we have more coverage and we have fires, and very interested to hear more about when we have pre and post fire coverage and what that looks like. Back to the Willow Creek impact though. So have you actually noticed, I'm wondering what you did with the model when you say you made some changes to your statistical model. Was it an assumption of like what your assumptions were there in terms of increased runoff, decreased runoff?
Yeah, so the first year after the fire was when we were trying to make some changes or there were more adjustments to the forecast produced by the model, made adjustments after we ran the model. And with that, it was a few years ago, but we I think we just used a multiplier based on how much of the basin was burned at the different levels of severity based on the bear report. And just like for each of the basins that had some fire impact, just used a multiplier based on that. I don't remember the specifics because it was a while ago. And we haven't been doing that recently because it did seem to really overestimate things the way that we did it. But we have been changing in our physical model some of the soil moisture parameters to kind of account for that, and just kind of making adjustments as we go. And it does seem to be a much bigger impact with the rain events. So we just kind of take that into account in sort of a more qualitative way as well during the season. But yeah.
Tom.
How much sediment transport is going on in that area?
A lot.
A lot.
There was a lot. I'm not sure about this year, but I know there was quite a bit in the years following. That's not my specialty, so I don't have the specific numbers, but I know there was quite a bit of erosion and sediment transport and everything.
Yeah. We might want to refly some of that.
Yeah, well, be interesting to see even just a visible camera picture of those erosional impacts and try to estimate the area that could be influenced there.
Our snow-free flight was after the fire, though.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, but not necessarily post erosion.
Right. Yeah. So it was after the fire, but there might have been some landscape changes
Yeah.
in the meantime. Yeah.
You could probably just see how much ended up in Willow Creek Reservoir.
Right.
Push it back
Just
up
measure
there.
it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Emily.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we've got Craig Cotten online, I believe. Craig is the District 3 engineer for the Department of Natural Resources in Colorado, and he's responsible for water operations in the Rio Grande and Conejos system that Erik mentioned previously. Craig and folks in the San Luis Valley have been great partners for a long time. Erik mentioned the Forecast Improvement Project down in their neck of the woods, and really, I think an important watershed, not only in and of its own right, but some lessons to learn for the rest of us in how they manage their interstate compact obligations every year. Craig, are you on there?
I am on. If you can hear me, I can't get my video going, so don't know for sure what's going on.
We can hear you.
Okay, well, you don't need to see my face. I can just share my screen and get going with that. So
perfect.
We'll see if that works.
There it is.
Okay. All right, great. Well, sorry for that. Don't know what's going on with the video, but anyway, I appreciate having the opportunity to talk to everybody this afternoon, and I really appreciate. I was listening to Erik's presentation, and he did a great job of just getting things started off. A lot of the things that he was talking about, especially on the Rio Grande, are things that I'm going to talk about today as well. So just to get started off, I'm going to talk about the forecasting challenges in Southern Colorado and just what we've been going through. And we all need good forecasting. That's critical for our farmers and ranchers to know what kind of a year that they're going to have, and so that they can prepare for that. And that's important in our area just as well as it is in everybody else's. But also we have a big thing in our area that we need very accurate forecasting for, and that's the Rio Grande Compact, and that was mentioned a little bit too. And in this graph, it just gives you a little bit of an idea of the compact and what Colorado owes to its downstream neighbors. So that compact is between the states of Colorado, New Mexico, and Texas. And Colorado actually owes on two different portions, two different stream systems in Colorado. One is the Rio Grande main stem, and then one is the Conejos River, which is the biggest tributary to the Rio Grande in Colorado. And so this graph here represents the amount that that Colorado owes to the downstream states each and every year. The flatter line is the Rio Grande main stem. And so in an average year, we have about 650,000 acre feet of flow in the Rio Grande itself. And so if you look on this graph here, you can see that on an average year, we owe about 28% of the water that we have in the Rio Grande main stem down to our state line for compact purposes. The other line on the left-hand side is the Conejos system, and it's a lot more volatile. In a low year, we don't owe anything at all, and in a high year, we can owe as much as 70% of the flow. Normal is about 300,000 acre feet, so we're looking at about 36% of that stream flow in a normal year. So that's how we operate under the compact. But one of the important things, and I think it was actually somebody had talked about this after Erik's presentation, was that we just don't have very many reservoirs at all in the Rio Grande Basin, and the reservoirs that we do have are relatively small, and most of those are privately owned. They're just irrigation reservoirs. So what we have to do, we're forced into curtailing diversions as they come out in order to shepherd that amount of water to the state line. So on any given day during the entire calendar year, we are actually cutting back one of our ditches or multiple ditches so that we can get water down to the downstream states. Now, that's based on the forecast. So if we think the forecast is X amount and that's what we're going to get, we curtail to meet that amount that we owe based on that forecast. If it turns out later on in the season that that forecast was wrong, we either over delivered and we cut back our water users more than they should have, and so they didn't receive the amount of water that they were entitled to, or they should have been entitled to, or we under deliver and we run the risk of not meeting our compact obligations, which is definitely not a good thing at all as well. So we've got to accurately predict that total annual index volume in both of those river systems, even during the irrigation season, but even before the irrigation season starts. And that's just really critical to our compact obligations and staying in the agreement with the compact. So this is kind of an interesting graphical representation just to show how volatile the situation is. And this is actually on the Keynote system, but this shows that, and just for instance, I'll say if there was a 525,000 acre foot year on the Keynote system, and that was what was forecasted. And then at the end of June, we realize, hey, we're actually going to have 575,000 acre feet, another 50,000 acre feet. This shows we owe 100% of that extra 50,000 acre feet. So people might say, that's great that we have more water, but we didn't know that we were going to have that water. And so by the time that we actually get that water and realize that we're having that water, we have to send 100% of that downstream. So none of our water users get it. They might have been able to get some of that earlier on, but because of the way it came out and because of the way the forecast worked, we actually have to curtail 100% of that and deliver that down to the downstream states, which is just a very difficult thing to try to convince your water users that's a good thing and that's how the compact should work. So very difficult thing, and one of the reasons that we need a accurate forecast. And this really came about and really came to a head in between 2006 and 2012. And this is just a graph of the April, May, and June forecast that we were getting from the NRCS versus the actual April through September flow. And so you can see 2006 wasn't too bad, even though it was, almost 100,000 acre foot difference. But 2007 and 2008 were just killers for us. That really causes us problems when we're looking at a 400,000 acre foot year and we end up almost 700,000, or vice versa. The next year, looking at a 700,000 acre foot year and end up with 400,000. Because of the way that we have to administer the compact, that just causes us huge problems. And so, and the 2009 through 2012 weren't as bad, but they definitely were off a significant amount as well. And so that really was the impetus for us to try to look at new methods to figure out how we can better forecast our stream flows. And so we actually started at that time looking at different ways, and Erik had mentioned that as well. One of the issues too is that, and this is the Keynote system, but you can see that most of our SWE and our snowpack is at 11,000 feet or above, and very difficult to get to in a lot of circumstances. And there's areas, wilderness areas, in a lot of these basins where we actually can't get snowtail sites. And so that just compounds the difficulty that we have in forecasting this area. So at that point in time, we started looking at different options. And one of the first options that we came about with is to do basically more snowtail sites in areas that we could actually get permission to do these. We actually worked with the NRCS and to try to get some new snowtails. Unfortunately, they didn't have funding for that at that point in time. And so we ended up doing something we call snowtail light stations, and this is a photograph of a snowtail light station, still collecting most of those same data points that the snowtails do, but in a lighter package and easier to put up in certain circumstances. So in the early 2010s, we put up a number of these stations in conjunction with the water users groups down there. And almost all of these went into the Conneaus River Basin as well. So that was the start of it. Then shortly thereafter, we actually did start getting ASO flights at that time from NASA and JPL. And I think that we were either the first basin in Colorado or at least one of the first basins in Colorado to get these ASO flights. And this was 2014, 2015 time period. So we started working on that and utilizing the ASO data from these flights and putting that into the Wharf Hydro program to get some better forecasting tools. But we were really looking at just everything, like Erik said, kind of throwing spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. We were looking at other options as well. And one of the other options that was coming about at that time was radar systems. And so I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but in the middle of this here is the state of Colorado. On the Front Range, we've got multiple good radar systems in the Denver, Colorado Springs, Pueblo area. And we've got one radar system out in the Grand Junction area on the west slope, but nothing in the mountains, and actually nothing to the southwest of us, that's where our storms come from. There's no radar stations for several hundred miles to the southwest. So no way to use radar to tell if the storms are coming, how much moisture they might have, where that moisture is falling. And it was being developed about this time that Doppler radar could be used to determine the amount of moisture in falling snow and then where that snow actually falls. And so that was a very unique thing that we were interested in looking at and getting funding for to put radar systems here in the San Luis Valley. And we actually ended up putting in several temporary radar systems, and these were from the University of Oklahoma in conjunction with NOAA. And kind of an interesting thing, the University of Oklahoma was using these to track tornadoes in the summertime, but in the wintertime, they really didn't have a need for them. And so we said, hey, we'll borrow these in the wintertime, put them in the San Luis Valley and our surrounding mountains and see if we can track the incoming storms. And so the one on the upper left is the first radar that we had, and that was in about 2015. And that was mounted on one of our passes, Wolf Creek Pass, and to collect some data about incoming storms. And then the next subsequent several years, we actually had the radar on the lower right that was stationed at the Alamosa Airport, and it was utilized for several winters. And they had a team that if we had a storm coming in, they would run out to this vehicle and start all the machines and start the radar turning and collect that data. And then it would be used to help with the stream flow forecasting. So kind of an interesting situation, but it wasn't a permanent fix as far as a radar system was concerned. So that really led us to try to get funding for a permanent radar station in Alamosa. And that was actually finally accomplished in 2019 when we got a CPOL Doppler radar established in Alamosa at the airport. And this is a photograph of that. It's at the airport and it can help with airplanes like a regular radar, but it also, and the main reason for it was to collect data from winter storms. And so this radar can actually see into the clouds, see how much moisture there is falling in, and see where that moisture is falling in all of the areas of the valley. So a very important tool that that is actually now being used in the Wharf Hydro program, and adding some good accuracy to that streamflow forecasting. And then finally, just several years ago, as Erik was mentioning, the Colorado Airborne Snow Measurement Program, or CASM, was started, and the Division of Water Resources was a original agency that was involved in that, and still is involved in that. And so we have flights from the CASM flight in our basin, and have had for the last several years. And you've seen this before. I think Erik showed this this graphic, but you can see in the lower part of it is the San Luis Valley and the headwaters of the Rio Grande. And we actually have the Caneo system, where we are actually getting 2 flights a year, snow flights, to help us in our streamflow forecasting. The Rio Grande main stem basin, we are not currently getting flights. We've got a snow-free flight done on that, but we are not currently getting flights, and the reason is because of funding. And so that's one of the last things that I'll talk about, is the funding aspect of this. You know, I think we're relatively good at getting grants to do these flights, and we can apply for the grants and we can get grants. But as you all know, most of the grants come with a cost share, and that there has to be some funding provided by the local agencies. And when you're in an area like we are, where very low population, very small towns, no large river management agencies or water users groups, it's very difficult to come up with that cost share funding. And so even if it's like a 25% cost share, that's the difficult part. And that's where we are struggling right now with coming up with this cost share. And I think Erik mentioned also that we're looking actually down to New Mexico and some New Mexico water users, seeing if they might be able to help us with some cost share to be able to start these flights in the Rio Grande main stem again. So that's kind of where we're at, and really hoping that we can get the amount of money gathered up that we need to provide these flights in the Rio Grande main stem, in addition to the Caneos. But we are looking forward to that, and think that ASO is a very important tool in our tool bag to increase our streamflow forecasting accuracy. So thank you.
Thank you, Craig. I've long thought that you've got one of the toughest jobs in the state, administering that compact. No benefit of a 10-year rolling average for you guys. Any questions here or online? Hopefully somebody's monitoring the chat online. There is one. Who wants to read it?
There's just a note from Carl Wetlaufer online, who says, good news note to share with Craig if he wasn't aware. 2 new high elevation snow shells were just installed just a few weeks ago at high elevation out in the Rio Grande. One up Rat Creek north of Creed, and one near Elwood Pass close to the northern edge of the Conejos. These we completed in cooperation with the San Luis Valley WCD.
Great, Carl. And I did know that those were planned to go in. I didn't know that they were actually in. So that's great news.
Question from Gus.
Hey, Craig, this is Gus. Just wondering, so obviously a lot of different investments in the Rio Grande in the last 10, 15 years. I'm wondering if you could comment a little bit about how you all use the different sources of information, whether that be the wharf hydro forecast, and I guess just any comments related to behavior of the different forecasts that you process. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Gus. Yeah, so we actually typically get 3 forecasts. We get the NRCS forecast. We get a Weather Service forecast from the West Gulf Coast River Forecast Center, and then we get the Wharf Hydro forecast. And to be quite honest, what we do is we look at all 3 of them and we hope that they match up to each other. Sometimes they're fairly close. Sometimes they're not. And so when they're not, we try to figure out who's the outlier. If there's 2 of the 3 that match up fairly closely, maybe we'll go with that. And so that's kind of how we operate that. And it's really, you know, a lot of it is just trying to figure out what's best, what's the best forecast, and I'll tell you, we've had some outliers in the past since for the last 7 or 8 years that we've been getting those 3 forecasts, and sometimes it's one forecast, and sometime in another year it might be a different forecast, and I don't know for sure exactly why. But I will tell you that in my experience, and I think that it is they are 3 getting closer together. So I think there is a lot of improvement between those 3 methods of forecasting.
Do that. Craig, we're getting close to the end of the water year here. How are things looking this year in the Rio Grande?
Looking fairly good. We're gonna have about an 80% of average year, so not a great year on either stream system. We did get some fairly good rain events. The monsoon really came through for us this year. Not anything real heavy and not causing any flooding issues or anything, but real steady and really nice to see. And so that's definitely helped us out. As we get towards the end of the season, we are actually drying out some. Haven't gotten rain for a while now, and so the rivers and streams are drying out, and we've actually had to lower our curtailment a little bit. But I think overall, it's especially for like an 80% year, it's been a really good year for our farmers and ranchers.
That's great to hear. Does the monsoon, either a heavy monsoon or an absence of it, tend to swing the compact obligations substantially either way, or is that less of an issue?
It does, and it sure can have an impact, and that's one of the things that we struggle with as well, because the forecasts that we get, as you all know, are snowpack and runoff forecasts, and they don't really address the possibility of a large monsoon or no monsoon at all. And so that's really what we're struggling with, and one of the things that we're looking at the potential to somehow get some better forecasting on. And I know there's some people in some universities actually looking into that possibility of trying to get a forecast or a better forecast on the monsoons that would help us out.
Just another component of a huge challenge you got there. Well, glad we can continue to work with you to be part of your toolkit down there. Craig, really appreciate you speaking to us today and sharing what you're up against.
Sure. And Jeff, I'll just mention, I'm sorry about the video, and I get a message that the host has stopped my video. So just to let you know, I don't know if that other people will have that same problem or not.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Craig, so much.
Thank you.
All right, to round out our session here, we will hear from Sonja Chavez and Beverly Richards at the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District. Sonja is the general manager of the district, and Beverly is a senior program manager there. As with Craig in the Rio Grande, Upper Gunnison District has been a longtime partner of the ASO program, and we've seen like a nice long data set there and an evolution of our understanding of both the program and the hydrology there. So excited to hear from you guys, Sonja and Bev.
Hey, thank you. Hey, Jeff, I'm getting the same message that Craig mentioned earlier. So although my camera appears to be on, you know, I have my flap open and everything, but I can't unlock the video thing. So you can change that. That's great. And if not, I'll just continue to move forward.
Yeah, go ahead and move forward and we'll look into that.
Okay, let me just get my presentation started here. Are you seeing the presenter's view of my presentation?
Yes, it's working.
Okay.
Nicely done.
Okay, so yeah, thanks for the invitation, Jeff, to come and present to the at the 2024 ASO Workshop. I'm Sonja Chavez. I'm the general manager of the Upper Gunnison River Water Conservancy District, and I do have my senior office manager and program manager on the line, Beverly Richards, and she can jump in and help me out if she'd like. But I'm going to focus my presentation on the case for continued use of ASO data, not only in the Upper Gunnison Basin, but the Gunnison Basin as a whole, and talk a little bit about our partnership and our proposal to the Bureau of Reclamation for continued funding to support the work that we do in the basin. And I'm going to focus specifically on two things, and that's coordinated reservoir operations and management of our water supply, as well as scientific needs and the benefit of ASO flights to those in the basin. So with that, just to tell you a little bit more about the Upper Gunnison District, we're located in west central Colorado, just south of this town of Crested Butte in the Skeie area up there. We are a staff of about 8 in small rural communities surrounded by about 2 million acres of federal land and a lot of public lands around us. So we are at the headwaters of the Colorado River system, and a really important part of the annual available hydrology to the system. So Colorado is facing ever increasing pressures related to limited water resources that have been exacerbated by climate change and population growth. You know, precipitation falling in the headwaters in the Colorado River is a critical source of water supply to the Colorado River Basin. And specifically, the Gunnison River is the second largest tributary to the Upper Colorado River system and is home to multiple United States Bureau of Reclamation owned reservoir facilities. It's critical to have accurate snowpack and precipitation data and stream flow measurements in order to produce accurate water supply forecasts and better inform our ability to respond to varying hydrology. You know, the Upper Division states during our negotiations on the update to the 2007 interim guidelines has been pounding in the fact that we have to live within our annual available hydrology, but you can't manage what you can't accurately measure. And so since 2016, the Upper Gunnison has been participating and conducting ASO flights in the Upper Gunnison Basin. And specifically, our proposal to the Bureau of Reclamation this year was really a coordinated effort with other partners throughout the Gunnison River Basin, which included the Colorado River Water Conservation District and the North Fork Water Conservancy District, and a number of different science efforts that are going on within the basin to fund ASO flights over the next 3 years, 2 flights per year. And so why conduct airborne LiDAR snow measurements in the Gunnison? You know, here is a list of a number of the different benefits that we see from doing airborne snow flights. And that's one that, of course, we can optimize the use of reservoir storage in the Aspinall unit, which includes Blue Mesa Reservoir, Taylor Park, and Paonia reservoirs via coordinated operations. And those operations are really important for the benefit of endangered fish species and our compliance with the Endangered Species Act. In addition, it helps to improve our drought resiliency. We could maximize hydroelectric generation and avoid spills. It also helps us to understand the impacts of active forest vegetation management practices on snow characteristics, timing of runoff, quantity, quality, and our climate resiliency. You know, in addition, it helps us meet agricultural supplemental irrigation water needs, maximize our community's economy and benefits that we see from stream-based recreation and tourism. And it also supports stream health. And that's the idea of just the fishery and low temperatures, high temperatures that we see at low flows during later parts of the season. And so to any CBRFC folks online or in the room, I'm going to pick on them just a little bit and say, you know, that the Colorado River Basin Forecast Center water availability forecasts are the main tool used by the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to inform water users in the Gunnison Basin. But the forecasting models have significant errors in the Gunnison Basin, and I'm going to talk about those in just a little bit and show that. We need more accurate snowpack forcing data in order to reduce those errors and increase the forecast model scores, which is why we've contracted with ASO to do airborne snow flights in the Gunnison and to develop new and better informed water supply prediction models like WRF Hydro. With this next, sorry, I forget that I have to click on this screen. With this next slide, I'm just going to take a moment to familiarize you a little bit more with the Gunnison Basin. And so let's see if I can turn on my, oh, I want to use my pen. There it is. So up here in the right-hand corner, hopefully you can see my little pen. You can see where the basin is here in yellow within Colorado and the other, you know, Utah, Arizona, New Mexico around us. And then over here on the right in the legend, just kind of pointing out a couple of things, and that's the Curricanti National Recreation Area, which is here in orange on the slide, and then the Gunnison Gorge, and then the Black Canyon of the Gunnison here as well. And so, stop that for a second. Here on this slide, you see the reservoir systems up here. So in yellow, you can see all of those stars there where you see up in the right-hand corner, Taylor Park Reservoir, and then you see that long blue sliver right in the center, which is Blue Mesa Reservoir. Just below that, you have 3 hydroelectric facilities, Blue Mesa Dam and hydroelectric right at the outfall, and then Morrow Point Reservoir, and then Crystal Reservoir. We also have other hydroelectric facilities within the basin, including at Ridgeway Reservoir. We have a new one at Taylor Park Reservoir, and then there are multiple hydroelectric facilities on the canal system in the Uncompahgre, Federal Uncompahgre project area. So in the Gunnison Basin, water users are entirely dependent upon high mountain snowpack, which essentially functions as this unmeasured and unregulated natural reservoir for us. And we also have multiple legal agreements and water rights that drive the way we manage water within the basin. You know, at the top of the system at Taylor Park Reservoir, we have one of the few privately held in-stream flow rights, which requires that we do these annual flushing flows out of Taylor Park Reservoir, and also that we meet end-of-year storage targets that also require certain winter fish flows. You know, and that water, there's also an exchange agreement which allows us to move the first fill of water that we get up at Taylor Park Reservoir down into the Aspinall unit, and that's for the benefit of the Uncompahgre Valley water users. And then the Upper Gunnison District owns the second fill rights as well. And so, pointer off, sorry about that, folks. You know, so the first thing really is that, you know, as we move that water down into Blue Mesa Reservoir, it gets held there for the benefit of the Uncompahgre, as I said. But then we also have to time the water coming out of the Paonia Reservoir with the water that we're releasing from the Aspinall unit in order to meet required flows at this, the Red Star there at the Gunnison River at Whitewater. And along the way, we're always having to be cognizant and be aware, with the Taylor releases, that we're also keeping track of what the East River snowmelt is doing and the stream flows are doing up there, so that we don't accidentally flood anyone downstream on the Gunnison. With the coordinated operation of Paonia Reservoir and Blue Mesa, we also have to be careful about flooding issues within the town of Delta, because we have flooded them before. And so being able to accurately measure and manage that water is really important. And then downstream of Delta, again, before you get to Whitewater, and I guess to the end of the state line, there's also critical habitat for endangered fish species. And the reoperation of the Aspinall unit and these certain flows that we have to meet are all related to the benefit to the stream system and these endangered river fish. In addition, we have the Black Canyon of the Gunnison water right, which also requires certain flows at certain times of the year. And so in the next slide, I want to get into a little bit about that model error. And so in this, on this table, this is the existing model error for the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center Ensemble Streamflow Prediction Model, and it's for the period it's their May 1 absolute error for the period for the April-July inflow runoff volume prediction. To explain, the CBRFC starts forecasting the April to July runoff volume in December of the previous year. And as the season progresses, the errors decrease as more data becomes available. But the May forecast errors seen in the table here are still significantly high at a time in May when a considerable amount of runoff has already occurred and reservoir releases are starting to ramp up. The table above, you can see Paonia Reservoir, which has the highest percent May mean absolute percent error of 21%, which is equivalent to about 14,000 acre feet. This error is significantly and approximately equivalent to the reservoir's entire active storage capacity. The largest measured error was 84,000 acre feet and 6 times the MAE, or the mean absolute error. Every year, the Norfolk Water Conservancy District and Reclamation must make critical decisions of when to close a reservoir gate to begin filling the reservoir, but closing the gate too early increases the amount of sedimentation in the reservoir, while closing the gate too late could create a risk of not filling. The mean absolute error percent at Taylor Park Reservoir is 14%, corresponding to about 11,000 acre feet, which is equivalent to flows of almost 400 CFS for 2 weeks. Such flows, especially in the late season, can have significant impacts on agricultural and recreational operations, the fishery, and the local economy. It's important to highlight that the largest error was 33,000 acre feet, which is 3 times the MAE. Taylor Park Reservoir operations are complex. A unique exchange agreement allows released water from Taylor to be restored in Blue Mesa, as I mentioned previously, prior to delivering it to farmers downstream. Each year, March through October, the Upper Gunnison seeks input and direction from local users of the Taylor and Gunnison rivers above Blue Mesa regarding the optimization of reservoir operations for the fishery, irrigation, and recreation, and relays those recommendations to the 4 parties to the exchange agreement, that being the Upper Gunnison, the Colorado River District, Uncompahgre Valley water users, and the Bureau of Reclamation. These entities then jointly adopt a plan for reservoir releases. And these seasonal plans are based on forecasted water supply volumes that are directly impacted by the above-mentioned forecast errors. Now, the percent MAE at Blue Mesa Reservoir is about 14%, translating to 73,000 acre feet. The largest forecast error was actually 270,000 acre feet and over 3 times the MAE for that period of 1991 to 2022. Aspinall unit operations are also guided by that record of decision for the final environmental impact statement and the Black Canyon rights decree. And these documents specify the magnitude and duration of desired peak and base flows in the record of decision for the Aspinall operations, which I'll show next. So this is a slide of the spring peak and duration targets for the Aspinall unit operations, and they're based upon hydrologic year type. So you can see what the depending upon what the forecasted inflows are in that April to July period. They go from anywhere in dry years from being less than 381,000 acre feet, all the way up to 1 million acre feet. And so, sorry. So you could see here, that if you overestimate or underestimate what type of year type you're going to be, and this year type is always set by May 1, you can, it significantly impacts the desired peak that I mentioned at the Gunnison River at Whitewater Park, our compliance point. And so it could be either 8,070 CFS, or it can go anywhere up to 14,350 CFS. It also impacts the duration of the half bank flow, which would go on for 10 days. We'd have to meet it for 10 days or 20 days. Or the duration of the peak flow. And again, the peak flow can be up to 14,350 CFS, and it could be for either 0 days or 2 days. And that's a lot of water, and it has significant economic impacts here in the Upper Gunnison. And then finally, just moving on, just to talk a little bit about the scientific value of having these airborne snow flights. This is a slide of the Trail Creek Adaptive Silviculture for Climate Change project. And it's also, this slide also is associated with a research study being done by Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratories, where they propose to study and will quantify through direct measurement potential changes in soil moisture, groundwater levels, stream flow, nutrient cycling, and atmospheric processes, including gaseous fluxes of water, carbon, and nitrogen, accompanying various forms of forest management, including clear cutting, tree species replacement, modifications to forest canopy structure and demographics, and then, I mentioned clear cutting as well. And so that's what this slide represents. And you can see that they've kind of categorized these different prescriptions as either a resilience prescription, a resistance prescription, a transition prescription, or those clear cut areas. Specifically, our interest from the Upper Gunnison perspective is that the DOE will be helping us better understand what the importance of these forest vegetation management practices are and have on hydrology and water quality. So it's really important to have highly accurate snow data for this effort. The data generated will also help with the development and validation of multiple numeric models that can be used to explore the consequences of expanding these different types of land management practices throughout the Grand Mesa, Uncompahgre, and Gunnison National Forests and beyond. And finally, just to summarize here, where we're going to be working, you saw slides in some of the previous presentations about the work going on in Colorado. And so really our effort here is focused on the Taylor River Basin here in dark blue, and then the lighter blue is the East River Basin. And then finally, our partnership with the North Fork Water Conservancy District and the North Fork Basin, so that we can better coordinate those reservoir operations. So we propose to conduct over the next 3 years 6 advanced aerial snow flights throughout the basin, 2 in each, the East Taylor and the North Fork. We're going to capitalize on a new localized high-resolution Doppler gap radar station, which is being installed up on Big Mesa near Blue Mesa Reservoir. And we're going to work to have it assimilate the data into forecast models to increase their accuracy, including into the WRF hydro model, which we've been working on for about 5 years now. And we're also going to use the data to inform those critical climate and hydrologic studies. And I mentioned the DOE here, but there's also a significant effort going on by the USGS under their next generation water observation systems. The Upper Gunnison was selected as the second major site in the US for an intensive 10-year study. And in addition, again, as I mentioned previously, it's the impacts of forest vegetation management practices on quality and quantity, and the benefits that the ASO is going to give us to better informing annual snowpack and snow water equivalent. And so with that, I'll take a moment and pause and just see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Sonja. Gosh, so many things going on in the Gunnison. It's such a complicated system. from all of the local applications all the way through the big federal Aspinall unit there. Thank you for that great overview of all those crazy connections. Any questions here in the audience or online? I want to thank you for pointing out the silviculture study. I think that's a really important thing going forward. Has there been talk of how to expand that beyond the current study area? And what are your thoughts, or what are you hearing from local stakeholders as far as how to leverage that project to look more holistically throughout the whole watershed?
I think right now, it's just a lot of the work that was being planned in the Taylor River Basin just made it a really ideal opportunity to get both pre-project data and then post-project data. And so, I think there's a lot to learn over the next 7 years from the work that'll be done there. And then I think, the benefits in expanding it beyond that, right, are to be determined based upon what we learned.
Cool. Mark's got a question.
There we go. Try this. Great presentation. Thank you. It's more of a comment. That's all I have. I think that's all I do every time is make comments. But there were 2 presenters that talked about the weather radar, and I just wanted to make the point, additional weather radars, that actually improves the ASO product. I don't know if tangentially is the word, but that improves, the weather models. I'm with M3 Works. That then immediately improves our density product. So there's a lot of obvious benefits to those weather radars. I just wanted to point that out too.
We're really excited to be getting one, and it's a big gap in our coverage for the basin. And we're really excited and anxious to learn about what benefits we'll see from that additional data.
Hi, Sonja. This is Gus from the NRCS. I had a comment too. I just wanted to say, like, the last 2 presenters talking about the space that they have to work within and the very tight margins are, really important to understand that. I've always thought in the Rio Grande, the compact is just crazy. Like, it's not lined up with what we're able to do. And of course, pushing that onto the forecasting is one direction to go. But there's also limits to how far that can go. So I just wanted to make the comment that when we talk about error, there's a lot of sources of error. Sometimes that error is associated with getting the snowpack correct, and certainly the snowpack is the basis for predictability really in all these systems. But at the end of the day, that future weather component and the other aspects of the model structures have an irreducible error that's associated with them. I know most people working in this space understand this, and we're always going to work towards minimizing what that error is. But realistically, when you're looking at a 10% May 1 forecast error, you're getting pretty close, until we can make vast improvements in future weather prediction and that sort of thing. It's going to be very difficult to get forecasts that are consistently more accurate than that.
Yeah, and I think, a 10% error, and I like to talk about this too and make the point that also, maybe a 10% error when you look big picture, it may not be that big for the Gunnison Basin, in its entirety. But when I look at 10% error, just 10% of the inflow or 10,000 acre feet to the upper Gunnison, just understanding that that's 2 weeks of river recreation. Those are visits to our hotels and our restaurants and, our small businesses on Main Street. Even 10,000 acre feet means a lot to the upper Gunnison. And, I know in 2022, I believe our forecasting error in our SWE and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff, I think it was the Taylor River Basin. I think we were off by like 3%, and so, yeah, we use all the tools in the toolbox from the SNOTEL sites to Wharf Hydro to CBRFC and our Taylor Locals group. And we look at all of those different forecasting models and products and really try to make predictions on what's going to happen for the year and how we need to manage our water. And I will say that, we are getting to the point where our Taylor Local Users Group is starting to depend upon and put a little bit more weight into our Wharf Hydro models, that feel like early on in that May period when we're starting to make releases and making room in Taylor Reservoir and other places, it was good to know with, really good accuracy how much snowpack was in our basin. So, yeah, I think we got to use every tool in the toolbox, and the ASO is certainly one of those.
Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Sonja. It bears calling out groups like Sonja's group and what Craig's done, based on what Erik was talking about earlier, the lack of a major centralized funding and coordination entity in Colorado. Those districts have really stepped up and made a lot of investments in their own infrastructure, observing infrastructure and things like that. And so the additional NRCS snowtail stations that are going in, the extra USGS gauging stations that Sonja didn't mention, which have gone in the upper Taylor Basin, all that stuff is really helping us pull apart some of those limiting error structures in the model that Gus is mentioning, and hopefully we can just drive all those down as much as possible. So yeah, takes a village, but little by little, I think the progress is being made.
We did, and I think we had over 7 different funders putting in money from, we appreciate the in-kind that ASO Inc. put in, the Colorado River District, the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the Department of Energy, the USGS, the Upper Gunnison District, my board, even including Gunnison County Electric Association. There were many, many people who came together to help fund our proposal to the Bureau of Reclamation, and we're waiting anxiously to find out. I think either way, we're going to move forward with something.
Yeah, fingers crossed we hear something soon there. Waiting right along with you, Sonja. One last question that I've got. You mentioned the potential for multiple fills on the Taylor Park Reservoir. And as I recall, the first fill is really obligated downstream, and the second fill stands to benefit local users more. And correct me if I've got that wrong. But I'm curious, is it the same seasonal water supply forecast that you're looking to determine both of those fills, or are you looking at even finer scales and shorter term flow forecast to support those decisions?
I would say it's the early season forecasting, which is critical to us. So that April and May airborne snow flight is really critical for us, because once that water is released out of Taylor Park Reservoir, once it's gone, it's gone. And so there's no way to go back and correct or anything. So, we try very early on to kind of know what that supply is, and then we have to really be careful about one, knowing what's coming down the east, not flooding anyone out to start, and then also wanting to be using that water at the critical times, including when, the brown trout are spawning. We have to meet that, flow targets in the late season and the fall. And so it's just a careful management operation throughout the entire season. So I guess it's kind of both, Jeff. I mean, we kind of need to know what's going to happen early on and not overshoot our target or undershoot or let too much water out. We also don't want to spill. It's great to be able to generate hydroelectric power when we can. And so we don't want to spill when we don't unnecessarily have to. So those April-May flights are really critical. And then the end of season storage target, right? We can't overshoot it. If it's 70,000 acre feet, that we have to be above 70,000 acre feet. We can't be below it.
All right, so many triggers and tight margins there. All right, one more question from Kaz.
Sonja, first of all, thanks for your presentation. Also, I'm grateful that Dave has just talked about trying to use a little bit of ground truthing to improve what he does best. So for me, it's really a comment, it's a request. Dave has loosely used or plagiarized one of my words, the village thing. Yeah, it's important that we have a village to do stuff. But occasionally, if the village does not have a leader, they end up just either duplicating effort or doing things that eventually become harmful. So back to densification of our ground truthing. I would really request that, we try and find a way in which we can always sit on the same table of brotherhood and, talk of how we can be able to do the identification part of things. And this I'm telling you partly from my 1-year experience. I've had to think about $1 million to put instrumentations where they belong, and yet they were exactly they were somehow collocated to some that were not put at the right places. So that is one resource that was lost because people were myopic when they were trying to put some of these things, and we just wanted Proy to solve one question that was local. But our problems right now are not exactly local. As I said, this whole system is like a body, it breathes. So it will really be nice that we start having coordinated efforts. That way, every little dollar that we invest in finding solutions will always make us a better people, 21st century ready human beings. Thank you. But then this Kaz, I forgot to mention my name.
Thank you, Gaz. I appreciate that comment.
I think we will wrap up our session now. Thank you so much, Sonja and Bev, for being part of our session this afternoon.
You're welcome.
And thanks to all of our presenters today. Looking forward to our poster session now, where we can discuss all of these things in a lot greater detail. Thanks to all of you online sticking around today and contributing your comments and especially your presentations. I wish you could all be here with us in person to continue the discussion, but maybe we'll pour one out for you. So thank you, everybody.